I can't believe we're already.
Here we are. And we are going to do a couple of clacks and then a moment of silence. Just a minute. Here we go. Good. Okay, that'll do it. There, we're going to use that that'll help me sort out my sound later on when I'm doing a little bit of video editing. Welcome back, everybody, to the Wylders game. This is session number 30,862. I don't know. I mean, we've been doing this for years and years. We're newly arrived on Twitch and YouTube, but we've been playing this game for a couple of years, so who knows how many Wednesdays that's been. Many of them. I'm going to hand over. Who's driving tonight? I got 2 sets of controls.
I can always do.
Okay, there you guys.
Okay.
You go ahead.
And let's try and we'll do about 20-minute times, and that way you only have to do it for 20 minutes, and then the other person can drive to change cameras and stuff like that. We are looking for a tech person. It's got to be the right person, but somebody who wants to come and help us by running our cameras so that we don't have to multitask.
Bring your friend.
That's right. That would mean, of course, having to come to our house in St. Albert and sit around here with us and do that. But
it's such and eat all the snacks.
I ran into
snacks.
I ran into Corey's wife, gave her a big hug and said, "What's your husband doing?" Really?
Oh, it's a pretty big commitment to sit around and do that. But if there's somebody out there who wants to be an assistant game master and play some villains and run some cameras for us, that's what we're looking for. But of course, it's an every Wednesday night kind of thing, and that's a lot of time. Where we were in the story last week, you are still with the merfolk. You know, I'm going to confess.
I thought we were riding off into the sunset on a whale.
Well, we were trying to negotiate that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we were negotiating that, and we hadn't quite got treasure yet, and there's a bit of unfinished business.
Of course, I just wanted a flying ship. That's all I want.
I think we have Larry's outside here.
We did not have you leave yet, and the reason we did not have you leave was because you had a wizard who was highly motivated for some loot. If you remember, he asked, and Nereo said that you could...
Look at that smirk on his face.
Nereo said that you could loot the treasure vault that they've got, the Merfolk treasure vault. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
The end of last game. So you can't leave yet unless you're going to leave all of that potential loot behind, which there's no damn way I'm going to let you do. The whale doesn't get to go anywhere until you go look at the treasure vault that I spent 4 hours freaking making today.
All right.
So,
let's deal with the dowry first and then the treasure vault.
All right, the bag of holding is currently open and ready for filling.
I just want to double check something before we go on. Glenn, can you give us the 360 view, guys? The camera got knocked out of position a little bit, so we can just barely catch Lavinia and Josephine. You guys will need to move a little bit.
You move a smidge closer to me.
Oh, no, I need
you physically move just like that. That's all.
Then
you're good.
I have to move all my.
And I need to say something.
Sugar.
For Lavinia, can we drop her mic a little bit? Rob, can you help her and get her mic dropped a little bit? It's in front of her face too much.
Yep.
So a little bit of a technical issue.
Way down below. Is that
pivot it then while it's
that's what I'm gonna do here.
What I do is I always loosen the thing and then I pivot it around
like this.
Yeah, one of the ways. Like that.
Hey,
and then I get it pointing up at me.
I think that'll work. Here.
Love you, wifey.
Hoping that's okay. It feels very far away, but I'm assuming it's fine.
Well, it's in a good, pretty good position.
It's that far from her mouth, so yeah.
As long as you're sitting exactly that way, then it's in the proper spot.
Okay.
I think we're all right.
All right.
Okay, so first things first, Thaddeus wanted to deal with the dowry. We have the picture of the dowry that was presented to Thaddeus up on the adventure screen, and it is, as we described way back when we actually did that session, a giant pearl that opens up, and the inside of the pearl is hollow. Inside of it, it's filled with gems. It's filled with a few aerolite clusters. As you can see in the picture, there are 2 very long, beautifully ornate fillet knives, and there is a green rope. There were also the 2 bands, but the armbands, you're wearing one. And look at this. Check this out, you guys. Look.
Oh, wow.
Thaddeus is wearing.
Thaddeus got married.
We'll get it on camera here for a sec. Hold your hand.
Shing.
Look at that. Thaddeus is actually wearing his wedding armband.
He looks like half a Wonder Woman.
Well, you never know. You never know what kind of
Go to your room.
property.
She had the golden wrist thing.
Yeah, that was
You,
really
you
rude.
did hear what he said to you,
Yeah,
right?
you go to your room.
He said, "Go to your room."
Go to my room.
One of the things that you discovered, by the way, as you guys have overnighted a game with the merfolk on closer inspection of your quarters, you realize that all of these beautiful columns and all of the different rooms and parts of this massive cluster that makes up the merfolk city, it's all, if you look very, very closely at it, it's all very, very, very fine coral that's been formed perfectly to be all of those things.
That would be
By
so
the merfolk.
lovely, actually.
Yeah.
Resident Wizard, could you conduct a magic search of thing on the green rope? Because the green rope, I feel, seems like I would like something like that.
Yeah, I'm
But,
curious
but
about
only
that
if it's
rope.
green and only if it's magical.
It's not easy being green.
I cast detect magic.
With your little sparkly gloves.
That's it.
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. Okay, go ahead and cast detect magic again.
Detect magic.
So I may have sound actually working on the recording too, so the folks at home should be able to hear that. And there you go. We've actually got a few spell sounds and other weapon sounds and stuff, things like that for fun. Okay, you cast detect magic on the dowry. Let's show the dowry, and then I'm going to point out some things about it. There are clearly none of the gems are magical. All of the gems are strictly gems. They are like clusters, and the gems are fine. The shell is not magical either. The weapons are not particularly, the 2 weapons are not particularly magical. They are just very, very good daggers. And the green rope, there is something magical about the green rope. Absolutely.
Dibs on the magical green rope.
Well, I don't know. It's Thaddeus's dowry. It's, you're going to have to just negotiate with him for the magical green rope and see what it can do.
I'm happy to put it in your possession. I'm taking the knives.
Of course. Who else better handles fillet knives than
And
you?
once we've done an inventory, we can put the rest in the bag of holding, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm kind of standing by here.
Okay, so, and we're going to address that right now.
Okay.
So, the dowry is actually carried by the merfolk along with you as a group, as you are ushered by your new bride, Kina,
Hello, darling.
to the vault, the treasure vault, Nereo's treasure vault. And as you get to Nereo's treasure vault, let's see if we can find that. There it is. Okay, it's on the adventure screen, Nereo's treasure vault, I hope. See if it'll change on the adventure screen. Dear God, please don't do this to me again.
I'm not. Well, on the back screen is what I'm seeing. Is this is the dowry still? I don't see on the back.
Yeah.
The big screen. I don't see anything other than that.
Okay, something's changing. It's a waterfall. Painting.
I wonder.
It's a treasure vault.
We're not seeing a
Looks like a
difference.
treasure
That
vault
looks like a
behind your
treasure
head.
vault to me. Oh,
Yeah,
now we're
but-
back to the group.
Gadgets and gizmos aplenty.
Yeah, but
Oh.
the
Who's
feed doesn't
what's it's
show
galore.
that update on on your
That
TV
is
screen.
so weird because I had this working 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
And I can't understand why. Could you go back to that screen, please? Oh, there we go. Yeah, stay on that screen for a minute. Oh, that one's good. Stay on that one.
Yeah, so it's showing up on the TV behind you, Dave, but not anywhere else.
I wonder why the feed behind you is so different.
Video source.
So let's wonder what's in the vault.
Yes.
Are we trying to loot the vault after
No, well,
already
they have given us permission
Okay.
to check the vault out for
Okay.
anything that's useful.
Well, there's the dowry
Yeah.
that's been presented.
Yeah, they're bringing it
so
with.
we're also just
We're just
looking
Yeah.
through.
making free with all kinds of stuff.
Well, we asked.
I want
He did offer.
a what's the
Did that thing just
the
crash
thing,
on you? Or
No,
Who
no,
knows
I just switched back.
what's
I'm going here. Okay, there we go.
All right, no, go ahead, Beck. You can go back to the group, Rob.
I was just because she was
Diddly-
gesticulating
diddly
and I
slop?
wanted to catch it.
I don't know.
What's the query?
from the Little Mermaid? What do they call the fork? The
Well, there's a
Thingamabobs.
doohickey?
Yeah.
Thingamabobs.
Thingamajigs, yeah.
Gadgets and thingamabob.
Gadgets and gizmos aplenty, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But no, like it's called something, and then she has a pipe that she blows in the old man's nose, and that's called something else. And I can't remember it, and I just watched it like the other week with the girls.
You know, I don't know.
They had this in 1899.
They certainly had gadgets and gizmos aplenty in
Yep.
1899.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, we'll look for a fork for you.
Dinglehopper.
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 There it is.
There's something actually called a dingle hopper.
That it's from Little Mermaid.
Little Mermaid, it's a fork, and she brushes her hair with it.
Really? And she calls it a dingle hopper?
Well, it's only
I
because
get it.
the not pelican, seagull told her that that's what it was called, because he's the expert, because he's above land and she's below land, so he is the expert telling her what all of these like little gadgets and gizmos that she brings
Galore.
up to the surface.
Right. And the seagull just makes up stuff for him. because the
Well,
seagull
no,
doesn't
like
really
well,
know.
he feels he's completely authoritative, I'm sure.
Yeah, but
So you should break into song and then regale us with this
scenes,
soundtrack.
landscapes.
I've got gadgets and gadgets.
Oh,
Thingamajig-
no, not
Let's start it out like that. I've got gadgets and gizmos aplenty. Who's it's and what's it's galore. You want thingamabobs? I've got 20. But who cares? No big deal. I want more. Okay, someone has to take it away from here because
Teenagers.
I want to be where the people
People
are.
are.
You know it.
Yeah.
You're pretending like you don't.
But the problem is the pitch of my voice is much lower than the pitch
Oh,
of
but it
yours.
sounds beautiful together.
Ah.
I'm an alto, so I balance really well with most people, actually.
I'm kind of hoping we get these technical problems solved.
All right, we're going to give up on the technical problems. I have been furiously working on them all of this time.
Oh,
And-
she is saying Hans Christian Andersen wrote Little Mermaid in 1836.
Yep.
Thank
Whoa,
you.
really?
So therefore,
Therefore.
for sure, we would be able to make reference to
Yeah,
it
The
because
Littlest
we're in
Mermaid, 'cause,
1899. Thank you so much. The soundtrack might not be the same.
If you ever saw Danny Kaye in that show, I'm Hans Christian Andersen, the king of the barber's trade. a cobbler's trade. Give me what you can. So the shoe is already made.
It's an excellent movie.
Oh, loved it.
What show is that?
Up where they walk, up where they run, up where they stay all day in the sky.
I know. Just give me a second.
Try the adventure screen now.
Okay.
There it is.
Huzzah!
Why is it broken on the other one? I don't know. But there you go. That's the one we'll go with.
Okay.
And
I don't know if it's going to work to switch it to other things.
I understand.
I am going to see if we can do the top-down view. And there it is.
Oh!
Okay, so speaking of the top-down view, I do in fact have a top-down view of the treasure vault for activate for the TV. Here is a top-down view of the treasure vault.
Wow. That is freaking awesome.
With all of its goodies.
Yum.
Much
Oh,
treasure
fancy.
vaulty type stuff.
Okay.
Very treasure vaulty.
Yeah. Whatever you're tracking. Now, here is the cool thing about it. If you, on your own laptops, go to the treasure vault, it's now activated, and you should be able to see it on your own little Foundry screen.
Yeah.
Right in the middle of it, there is a little square there.
Mm-hmm.
And that square, if you double click it, opens up Nereo's treasure vault list. Did it work for you?
Not for me.
Not for me.
Oh, I bet you I know why. Because I didn't want you guys to find it ahead of time, because that would have been bad. So I did not share it. So I need to simply go to the treasure vault and go configure ownership and go owner.
So I just want to iterate that you make all this up,
Yes.
like just randomly make up these
Yeah.
high level.
As he goes, yes.
I had
Okay,
these. I
I've got
got
it.
these images together, and then I made this treasure vault. You should be able to try it now. Try double clicking it now. See if it works now. Does it pop open?
It does.
And it should show you a list that starts with weapons and shields, armor, equipment, and you can scroll down through all of the things that you discover sifting through Nereo's treasure vault.
I'm curious about unusual shoes.
Unusual
And how much of this is he willing to part with?
sword.
Well, how much do you think you can actually carry?
We have a bag of holding.
You do. How much stuff's in that bag of holding? You're going to reach that bag of holding.
Actually, what is like the bag of holding
500 kilograms.
does have a limit. What's it at right now?
What's it at?
So I'm going to start at the top of the list, and we're going to actually kind of narrate and go down so people at home know what's in it as we discuss things. Why don't we do it that way?
Okay.
Does that work for everybody? And you guys can discuss whether you want to take it with you or leave it there, who is going to hold on to it, or what you're going to do with it. That way we can go back to a 360-degree view and do it that way.
Shall I cast detect magic? Just so we know which
please
is
do
okay.
before we go through the list.
Detect magic.
So does this going to be a persisting spell that just lasts as you pick up each thing and hold on to it?
I'd have to cast it each time, I think.
All right, let's just assume that you do, and your magic gloves let you know when you hold on to something in this vault that's magical.
Fair enough.
We'll start at the top with the pearl hilt fillet knives. The quantity is 2 of them. And in examining these 2 knives, what you find out about them is that they're pretty good damage. And if you transfer them to your bag, they also have, I believe, a +1 to attack. So They're slightly better quality than any of the daggers that you currently have.
Including the ones from the dowry?
That's what these two are. These are the two dowries.
Oh, these
so
are the
we
ones from the
brought
dowry, so I've already got them.
So,
okay.
so the reason that I've done it this way is to facilitate you being
Okay.
able to drag these into your loot inventory.
Okay.
You know, it's like a requirement of the Foundry game. Okay, so that's what I've called them, the Pearl Hilt fillet knives. All right. Next below that is an unusual sword cane of some type.
Unusual, exquisite sword
An
cane.
unusual, exquisite sword cane.
That is certainly of interest to me.
Oh, can you
That's
guys
it, that
read
is.
all of the mystifications on these?
Yeah.
It just says it's
yeah.
unclear.
Yeah.
The nature of the exquisite sword cane is
Unclear.
Oh, okay, fine.
Is it magical?
The exquisite sword cane does not have any special magical properties other than it is a better, more dangerous sword cane because of its serrated edge than the one that it looks like I can't pop up the actual item information on the item from this list to show details. That is weird. They have to be in your inventory before you can. So I'm just going to tell you loose
It's
things
not
about
all
them.
of them. Like if I go down to Trident, it does pop up the stats or whatever.
Well, not the stats. It just gives you a description.
Yeah, it's just popping open descriptions. It's not actually giving you details. But anyways, exquisite sword cane, a little bit better than the sword cane that Thaddeus currently has. And this one has got a dolphin handle.
Oh.
Below that, there are a stack of tridents. Of course, there are tridents laying all over the place. And you see 5 different regular run-of-the-mill tridents.
There's 5 of us and 5 tridents.
These three-pronged spear-like weapons typically have a 4-foot shaft. Can be wielded
mean-
one hand or thrown.
I can't think of any land adventure where I would need a trident, but also I kind of want a trident.
Well, didn't you want a fork?
You're just talking about a
A
fork.
dingle hopper to comb my hair.
See, now you
Yes,
have a huge one.
exactly.
You can have the biggest dingle hopper in the crowd.
Biggest dingle hopper ever.
Next thing down is a dagger, and there is nothing magical about this dagger. Next thing down is a throwing knife, and there is nothing magical about this throwing knife. Next thing down is some type of sword. It looks like a strange sword. It doesn't seem to have any particular magical properties, just
It's
something
unusual.
quietly unusual about it.
Aldori
It looks different
dueling
than any of the
sword.
other ones that you guys have run into. So, besides that, you
nature of
find
this
some
Eldori
armor.
dueling
There is
sword is
an
unclear.
unusual set of plate armor, and as Raven looks closely at it, it looks to him like there are a lot of little clockwork gears, all interlaced together
Cool.
in this plate armor, but it is quite heavy. It is as heavy as any regular plate armor. This one seems to not have rusted away from the seawater for some reason. There must be something special about it. You do find lots of different types of weapons and armor that are no longer usable. They have basically rusted away over time because of the effects of being underwater. These ones in this case have not. Below that, there is a set of leather armor, but I don't think that there is anything particularly magical about this set of leather armor. It looks like it's just a very well made set of leather armor, and it has been coated pretty heavily in wax. Boiled leather coated in wax is how they make very hard leather armor, and it is that wax permeation that has stopped it from being deteriorating while it's being under the water. And who knows how long it's been there. Probably less time than many of the other things that have been found in shipwrecks and stuff like that. Below that, there is an unusual chain shirt. And there's definitely something magical about that chain shirt. It is pristine. It's not showing any wear or tear at all. It's very light, and the metal looks to be just a slightly light blue tinge to it, different than what you'd be used to with other types of chain shirts.
How big is it?
A chain shirt?
Yes.
It's like a shirt size.
It's a medium size. It would fit anybody in this group, except that a Percy might find it a little bit tight to wear it.
Okay.
Oh, I was meaning to ask, the unusual plate, would that be appropriate for me?
It's heavy, but
I'm strong.
you'll be strong enough to wear it. And I would say, yeah. I would say it's possible.
Are you trained in heavy armor?
No.
He's not.
Are
He
you
would have
trained
to.
in unusual?
I would
trained
say
in
that
weird?
with this
Yes.
particular thing, because it's plate, that he would have to work with it a long time to gain proficiency to be able to wear it reasonably while he's trying to be in combat. So attunement is going to take a long time, weeks. Okay, but you can try for attunement with it. All right.
Okay.
I'm just gonna make that up like I do every damn thing in this game.
Works for me.
Okay.
Go with the flow.
But yeah, it's possible. It's absolutely possible. Next up is equipment. You find a flute, and it appears that this flute is made from a very long, thin bone. There is definitely something magical about this flute.
I'm interested in the flute.
Hey.
There is a leather belt. It also seems magical.
We were mentioning I
Hold
needed.
on. That sound is
background
too
noise?
loud, I would say, eh? What is going on here? Let's turn that down. Sorry, guys.
Background
Folks
noise
at
taking
home,
over.
probably it was too much. There, I've turned it down. Let me know if that's still too loud.
It's literally only Sugar watching us right now. I tried my hardest
Hi, Sugar.
to get.
That's all right.
Hey, Sugar.
Honey, sugar.
Thank you, Sugar.
Thank you for being
We
here,
appreciate
Sugar.
you very much. Okay, leather belt, something magical about it. Next is unusual headwear, and it's a hat, a strange-looking hat.
Magical?
How do
Yes,
you wear this
something
hat?
magical.
Define
You
strange
put it
looking.
on your head, and it looks in this case it seems to kind of melt itself. If you pull the top, it suddenly comes pointy on the top and looks like a wizard's hat. If you push it down and make it round, it's suddenly a round domey type of hat. If you stretch it out, it looks like a pancake on your head. It seems to be very malleable as a hat.
What color is it?
It is a blue-gray.
Important questions.
It's a blue-gray.
No, that won't go with anything
Clearly
else.
some
Yeah,
kind of felt or
yeah.
something like that. All right. One of the things that Kina, by the way, mentions to you, I should have mentioned it at the beginning because I plan to, is that while these are the things that they've gathered and they know that some of these things are magical, some of them are not, it's not something that matters to them as much as a merfolk society. And they've got their own magic and they can detect magic about some of these things, but they don't trust all of them. Maybe not everything that's in this vault is wholesome.
Ooh.
Okay.
It could be cursed.
Guaranteed none of it, not all of it is wholesome.
Just so you know.
Yes.
Okay.
Cursed items.
Below that, there is another, in this case, it seems like a chain, a long chain of strange links that are interlocked together. It's a long chain. It seems to be a silvery type of material. It could be silver, some kind of steel.
And is it magical as well?
It's magical. You also find a pair of leather bracers, unusual leather bracers. These bracers,
What are bracers? I'm sorry.
those are things like, well, actually what he's wearing would often be called a bracer, an armband like
So,
that.
Yeah, okay.
In this case, they're leather, and it looks like the bracer has got the shape of a claw coming out on it, on each one of them.
I'm interested in that.
There's a set of unusual shoes. These are boots. They very much look like pirate boots. So they've got the fold down top, around the ankle on them. They're kind of a light tan color. They're leather boots. There's something magical about them.
I want some magical, unusual shoes, just saying.
There is a cloak. In this case, it is a light blue cloak, and it is extremely light. It seems to have some slight weights sewn into it along the sides and the bottom hem. There is...
How big is the cloak?
It's a medium size. It would fit any of them. There is a unusual ring. You find a small ring. I can tell you more about it. You know at first glance, though, it's definitely magical. You find a second ring beside it in a small chest that's got some jewelry type things in it. And the second ring clearly has what looks like a small ram's head engraved on the front of the ring. And it is a silver ring with this ram's head on it.
How about the other ring? Can you describe it a bit more for us?
Not until I get it out of the damn vault, because I can't
okay.
open it up to read it myself.
Okay.
But one has a ram's head on it.
This is a new thing I've encountered with, I didn't realize that I couldn't look at the properties of these items once I put them in the vault. So till they go into somebody's inventory, I can't look at them again. I can just tell you what I remember from these things, all right? Also, we in this game are going to play with something we've already done it a little bit, and that is that some items are going to end up being class specific, right? Now, that's already exists in D&D. For example, a wizard cannot wear leather armor, right? Because he's limited to, as a wizard, as a magic user, he's limited. He can't wear plate, he can't wear leather. Rangers or gunslingers or things like of that type usually can wear leather and maybe some light chain, but they can't wear a heavy plate, right? Same for rogues, okay? The only ones that can wear the really heavy plate stuff are heavy duty martial guys like paladins and fighters and stuff like that. In this case, some of the items you are going to have to try and find out by trial and error whether or not they do anything when you try and use them, or if they maybe don't work with your class. There's also a whole concept called soul binding, and that is where something will bind to you, and you cannot trade it to somebody, you cannot sell it, you cannot give it away. It is yours, and you are stuck with it unless you throw it away and leave it someplace.
And this is next on the list, so that's why I'm saying this. Can a half-elf / ranger woman acquire a magical green rope?
Yes.
Yay!
Magical green rope is not limited to any class. Next
That's
thing
what I
is
really
a shell.
wanted,
There's
was
a
the green
fairly
rope.
large shell. And
Don't know what it does.
Oh, it's not mystified. It's a shell, obviously made by the merfolk. A shell of easy breathing.
Ooh.
And it looks like this is something that was related to the little bubbles that you were each given to breathe with. In this case, it's something that's about 2 feet across. You can carry with you. And if you fill it up with water, you can make those bubbles.
That's a great thing
We
to have.
need
Yes,
to
we definitely
have
need
this
that.
shell.
I personally don't need it, but it would be a good thing to have for any of you.
Well,
Yep.
You don't need it. We need it.
Exactly.
Yes.
So
Something else that's
it produces these bubbles?
yeah, these little bubbles bubble up out of the
The
water.
little bubbles that you eat and can
If you
breathe
fill
in
the water,
bottles and
and then these bubbles bubble up, you can either put your head down and breathe in, or you can try and grab a couple of them, pop them in your mouth, and that'll give you the ability to breathe for 8 hours.
You know how they're saying things like with the shell of easy breathing, the price is 700 gold pieces. Do we have to pay that amount every time we want to use it, or how? does
No,
it-
this is what is considered the value of these things if you were to try and negotiate to sell or trade them with someone.
Oh, and that makes sense.
they're literally being given to us for free because of
Thaddeus took one for the
giving
team.
up his wrist.
Nareo has 2 reasons for giving them to you. One is that, but the greater reason, more than that, is that he wants to try and support you and Arwan in this quest that you've been given in this mission by allowing you to raid his stores for stuff that, frankly,
They
he
don't
just
need, yeah.
accumulates as a sea god,
Very kind of him.
right? So he lets you look through this stuff. This may not be the only treasure vault he's got, too, but it's the one you're allowed to see.
And he has
a
kind of a
great-
vested interest in getting Thaddeus back.
Yeah, he would like to get. He'd like to get his
New
48th
son-in-law.
son-in-law back.
Right?
Whatever happened to the rest of them?
Well, they're all around.
They're all married
they're all-
to the sailors.
All of the scenes I've shown
okay.
you've had mermen as
the
well as
mermen with
mermaids.
tattoos
So
that were
they're still
sailors
alive.
that
It's
were
not like a siren that
taken away?
eats the
No.
maid afterwards.
No,
Mom,
otherwise-
that's a what are they called? Like the green things with the
Siren.
long legs.
Talk about a siren of the ocean, right?
Yep.
No.
Dragon
I'm
from
talking about
Odyssey.
Ursula.
Or Medusa.
no, I'm talking. What's that bug?
Harpy.
That's that bug, the green
The
one.
praying
with the-
mantis?
Praying mantis. That's what she's talking about.
Ah,
Yeah. No, I'm
That
talking.
eats her husbands.
I'm talking about the sirens under the water because there was a whole thing.
Odysseus.
Yeah, about
Yeah.
how sirens would eat their mates.
The sirens were actually on the shore. They weren't in the water.
Okay, so that takes care of
Yeah.
that.
However, I happen to know that my darling wife does have a siren song, which she
Oh.
attempted to use on me when we first met. Didn't work on me.
Did it sound like what's her face, Celine Dion?
it sounded like this. That's what it sounded like.
Not even close to Lisa McLaughlin.
More like Enya.
Very Enya-like, yes.
These are the charming siren songs of the merfolk.
Sail away, sail away, sail away.
So, to finish answering Lavinia's question, obviously, if they can't have any male merfolk, then they have got to recruit / marry with landsmen. Those landsmen then gain through their wedding armband
Yep.
some mer powers, and they're still around.
Yep.
And they have been in all of the scenes that I've shown you guys.
Oh, absolutely. I just didn't connect. those things.
So let's continue with the list. Next is something you already have. You were given it yesterday. It's the Conch of Nereo. Somebody needs to put that in the bag of holding or something else.
Now,
And-
would it be appropriate for the son-in-law to call Nereo? Or would it be more the squad leader?
Anybody that uses the conch, but you must be in his realm,
Right.
somewhere in the 7 seas before it's ever going to work. You can't use it on land.
Yeah.
Or you can't use it in a freshwater lake.
So somebody who is capable of using it underwater for any length of time.
There you go.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm
All right.
thinking.
I will.
You take the Conch of Nereo.
I'll take charge of that.
Yeah, and then whenever we need to call or summon his army or his assistance, we will call upon you.
Okay, you find a leather sack full of coins, reddish gold coins. You've seen them before. You've already got some that look like them. They've got Roman inscriptions and stamped Roman heads on them. They are orichalcum coins.
So 224 GPs. Let's put those in
There's the
bag.
green rope. You also find half dozen just empty water bottles laying
Miss Smith, are you going to take charge of the green rope?
Yes, please. I would like the green rope. I don't know what my appeal is to this green rope, but I really want it.
Well, put it in your
around.
inventory.
Spoken like a
Okay.
true cowgirl.
I will
Drag
put
it down.
the green rope in my inventory.
Now, you say there's 6 water bottles, and we could use those for holy water. So
We certainly can.
let's get a hold of
We
those.
can also
These are
use them.
full-size water bottles, by the way. They're each a
Oh, we
full
can
liter.
also use them for Molotov
Clear-
cocktails.
Clear crystal glass.
Okay.
So, sorry, I have a question. Who's gathering? Like, do we just grab these things as we want them?
You guys decide how to move them out of that inventory into your own.
Okay. Should we go through the list and then start grabbing, or how do you want to go?
I've been going along as we go along, and
Boop, 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 boop.
Move
That
this.
means that we are at the time for a break. So I am going to stop our recording, and we will pick this up again for our second session. All right?
I acquired a green rope through
Somebody pass me the
internet
thing. I'm gonna drive.
magic.
All right, we will be back. We will be back in a few minutes. We're going to take a 10-minute break. pick it up. All right, there we go. We are back. And just to pick up where we left off in our last session, the Wilders are raiding one of Nereo's treasure vaults. Nereo is the father of the merfolk, and he has offered them a chance to look through one of his treasure vaults where there's lots of goodies. So they have a big long list. Literally, there might be 100 things for you guys to look through in this treasure vault. So that's taking us a lot of time tonight. But you guys haven't had an opportunity for a good treasure run for months and months. So I thought it was time that you guys had a chance to look at some goodies. We left off with the leather sack of orichalcum coins and some water bottles. And then we come to a section of what are obviously consumables. A lot of them are scrolls, scroll in red ink, scroll in blue ink, scroll in green ink. There is a dark blue wand. There's an unusual trident. You find another trident, and it seems to have kind of a blue electric crackle to this particular trident. There's a scroll in purple ink, scroll in black ink. There is an amulet with a cat
the one you and her,
on
so
it.
I'll do that.
There is a white wooden wand. There is a scroll that's got what appears to be an image of wind blowing on it, and another scroll with a little heart illustration on it. And you come across half a dozen healing potions in a little box. You recognize them right away because you guys are very familiar with healing potions. These are moderate healing potions, and you get 6 of them. Other things you find are a big old chest full of gems. Now, some of these gems that are in this list will be some of the gems from Thaddeus's dowry, and then there are also added to them a few others. And there's some quite valuable ones in here: black pearls, saltwater pearls. This is where I've included in the list things like all of the aerolite clusters, the 3 aerolite clusters you find, the aerolite slivers, aerolite gems. You also find a couple of items that apparently are fairly valuable. They're very nicely made, but they're not magical. One's a leather flagon that's got a Cade Knight symbol on it, and another one is a golden garnet ring.
Is the ring magical?
No. None of the treasure is magical.
Okay.
That is all of the stuff that you find that's of any use to you or interest to you in Nereo's vault.
Wait, did you already take all of the
Scrolls?
and because I'm looking through the thing.
I did. I scarfed the scrolls.
Magically, they
They just
went away.
disappeared.
Unless you want them.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I was looking to see what they did,
Okay.
but you just hoarded them.
Do we want
Okay.
to take the healing potions, or do we want to split them up?
Well, why don't you take them and then we can always...
Okay.
I did take the cat amulet too, but I can make it go back there if you prefer. I just thought it would be helpful to figure out what it is. But if someone wants to try it out, they're welcome to.
What a leather flagon with Canaanite symbol is.
Oh, it's like a water skin, or it's a boiled leather cup, and it's got a symbol on it, and it looks like it's just like a fancy, valuable cup.
Was that worth typing it out?
All we had to do was drag and drop it from a whole list of treasure.
Percy, did you want to take the cat amulet, being that you're half cat already?
I might. It's magical, I guess.
Yes, you don't know what the actual properties of all of these magical items are. It's going to take you time to figure that out one by one as you wear them, experiment with them, attune to them, that kind of thing.
I feel that the unusual trident should belong to the half merfolk person.
You know, I'm much better at throwing daggers. I'm much better at throwing daggers than... Well, all right.
You don't want an unusual
underwater?
trident?
How are you...
All right, I'll take the unusual trident.
Also, too, for the rangers, to have some other weapons other than your guns, for example, would be a good idea.
What do you think the special green rope is?
Well, it could be a rope of climbing.
One
It's
of the things
a
that
special green rope.
Keena volunteers to you is that she says that It's important for you to keep the rope damp all the time because it's made of living kelp.
Oh, thank you for that inspiration.
So did we
So
decide?
I've got a wet rope in my side bag.
Okay, and
That's
did
nice.
you already drag it to your inventory?
I did.
Oh, good.
Did you want the cat amulet?
I'm just about to put that in mind, but I don't know.
Now, what you guys can do is you'll be able to follow this up all you need because this vault isn't going to go away. We're just going
That's
to leave
what I
it
wanted
here.
to know.
You
Yeah.
should be able to see it in your Actors tab. Can you see a section in your Actors tab called Treasure?
Yes.
And if you click on that treasure, does it
Yes.
open up and say Nereo's Treasure Vault?
Mm-hmm.
There
It
you go.
does.
So you can click on that anytime you want. I'm going to try and build from now on in the future when you guys find loot. I'm going to build one of these. This is how they do it in this system. It's instead of being an NPC, it could be a merchant or something like that. There's going to be different sections. If you come to a city and there are a bunch of merchants there, there'll be the name of that city, and you can click on that city and then access those merchants if you're in that location. In this case, with the treasure vault, we don't want to spend the rest of our lives tonight dealing with all of this treasure.
You
So
sure?
I
Because
think-
it's kind of fun. Who doesn't love shopping?
well,
Well, we do have an assignment to get back
Oh.
to.
That
Right.
kind of makes us our own shopping channel.
Keena says that she will help you to identify one item each, and then beyond that, you'll have to figure out the rest on your own. And in the interests of us getting someplace and doing some other fun stuff tonight. So, everybody pick something that they want to know what it is. Oh, look at this! The wizard is raring to go.
Okay.
What does Raven ask first?
Could you please tell me what this white wooden wand does?
She holds up the white wooden wand. She looks at the white wooden wand. Is it in your inventory now?
It is.
Good. That way I could friggin' read what it says. The party.
It says
Ravens.
the nature of this
inventory.
object is unclear, and I cannot edit it.
No, that's right. You sure can't edit it. You're not allowed to edit my magic items. And I've got to go find it, though. Yeah, one of the things that is on my wish list is that there'll be a little search bar at the top of everybody's inventory that I can just type in a word and then it will pop up that listing for me. Because you guys get a lot of stuff, right? So I got to go
If I
through
were king
here.
of the world, sort of thing.
Right.
Yes.
Well, if I were the king of the Foundry program. Where the hell is it?
Check under consumables. It's about the 8th item from the top.
Oh, it's in with the scrolls. I wonder why they consider it. Well, I guess it's because when it runs out of
Charges.
that's it.
But they will refresh typically after a rest.
So she magically identifies it for you, and you are able to find out that it is a. Oh, how come it didn't? Did it demystify? Identify item. There we go. It is a wand of scrying.
Cool.
Okay.
So, wand of scrying, it says this baton is about a foot long and contains a single spell. The appearance typically relates to the spell within. Once per day, you can use it, and you can cast a spell, and the spell is scrying.
If you are not going to use it, I would really.
Well, why don't I give it to you because you're more of our.
I scribe more.
Yes.
Now, if you look at the listing, okay, well, you can look at the listing when it's in yours, or we can. I don't know. Can I pop it up on the screen somewhere?
You're more of our mystic than me.
Yeah.
Go to the adventure screen for a sec, guys. Okay, yeah, so there it is. There's the spell of scrying for you. And basically, it is you magically spy on a creature of your choice.
No.
It works like clairvoyance.
David, it doesn't show up anywhere.
Well, it's on that screen there.
It's also on that one.
It sure does, but okay.
But it's not on your screens, you mean?
Hold on.
Anyways, I'm reading it to you. It says that basically you can spy on something, you can't interact with it. That's the basic idea. Okay.
It's a voyeurism spell.
Yes, kind of.
Okay, put it in the bag of holding.
That's a good place for it.
You guys can read the full description on, and you can also look up scrying on Archives of Nethys or whatever. Scrying spell is a standard spell.
Thank you.
Okay, what about Josephine? What does she want identified?
Well, I only grabbed one thing, and that's the snazzy green rope. So please tell me more about this,
Your
please.
snazzy green rope. Is it in all of your stuff? Where will
I put it in my stuff. It has no description.
Green rope is now identified in your thing, and it says that it is a lesser rope of climbing. This, well, it says silk, but it's kelp. This kelp rope measures 100 feet long and is capable of holding up to 3,000 pounds. If the rope is ever cut, only the longer remaining portion retains its magic. You can use it with a special effect where you hold one end of the rope and you point to a destination. The rope animates for 1 minute, moving 10 feet per round until it reaches the destination or runs out of length. The rope can move across any non-damaging horizontal or vertical surface, but it can't extend upwards without a surface to support it. At any point while the rope is animated, you can use an interact action to wiggle the rope, giving it one of the following commands: stop in place, fasten securely to the nearest available object, detach from an object, or knot or unknot itself.
Ooh,
Well, that's a hella cool rope.
that's like a Spider-Man rope.
So it's
That's
not
like
a
the-
weapon
the
type
be-
rope.
the
It is
best
a
rope
cool
ever.
utilities type rope. And it is, yeah, I will eventually edit this so it says this kelp rope. Okay, and so it becomes Lavinia's turn. Lavinia has
I'd like to
something.
ask about the flute.
The flute. Do you have the flute in your inventory?
No, I do not.
Where is the flute? Who's holding on?
I believe you claimed the flute.
I did, but I'm not sure how to turn it over, put it into my inventory. So
Is it still in the bag of holding then?
yeah, or it's
I mean,
in the treasure vault.
In the treasure vault?
It is.
All right, flute. I see it. Okay, I am going to move it into Lavinia's. The way you do that is you just drag it over into your inventory, don't you? Isn't that how you do it?
Yep.
So if I take it and I drag it over to you, boop, you now have a flute, and I will identify it for you. An ancient artifact of Tethys, the cool goddess of the sea. This flute is made from a triton bone and allows one to channel the goddess power to cast terrifying spells.
Ooh.
Using it, however, has steep consequences.
All right.
As the flute tries to influence the user to do Tethys' bidding, slowly corrupting them. Only those that accept the will of the goddess and turn to the sea, rejecting everything that is connected to the world of the surface dwellers, can use the full power of the flute.
No, I'm listening. So no, I do not want that flute.
So that flute can cast Dispel Magic, Mariner's Curse, Ice Storm. Those are Mariner's Curse and Ice Storm, by the way, are 5th level spells. The 7th level spell, Cone of Cold and Power Word Blind, and the 9th level spell, Power Word Kill.
We want the flute.
I was gonna say, dude, if you don't
But-
take the flute, I'll take it.
But
just
you'd
take-
have to swear to the sea god. Become the vassal of the sea god,
You would
essentially a
eventually
follower.
become cursed and you would abandon land for the ocean.
Right.
Eventually. But it could be like a flute of last resort if we're really hosed.
But I mean, if we give it to,
Wait, why don't we give it to Thaddeus? He's already sworn to the ocean.
well, he's
I'm
married
not
to the
sworn
ocean.
to. I'm married to.
You're married to.
I mean, I can go there. I would rather be able to go back and forth. Thank you very much.
Okay.
means you're
Just
abandoning
an
land.
idea.
No, I
Pretty
recognize.
badass
I-
flute.
I
recommend-
recognize that this flute is very badass.
Yeah.
But we already got the warning
Hmm.
that some of these items are not necessarily the safest things to use.
Hmm.
My spidey sense says do not touch it.
Yeah.
And
Fair enough.
Oh, look, a 10-foot pole.
Well, but we could sell it or trade
That's what I'm
it.
saying. Sell it.
okay.
Trade it
All right. Well, from that
to
perspective.
some patsy who doesn't know what it's worth.
Like just throw it in the bag of holding and then
Well, if you don't
Find
touch
it.
it or you don't use it, you won't attune to it.
who's not gonna like? Okay, are we putting? He's got gloves.
Yes.
He's got the special gloves.
It's of course it's like the ring from Lord of the Rings. It gains a hold on you the more you use it.
So putting it in the bag of holding, will it impact anything else in the bag of holding?
No.
Okay.
No, you're okay.
I know I'm just far too careful, but sometimes. you
But
gotta
that was the most powerful item in the whole vault. And it's interesting that you honed right in on that flute. It was the most powerful and also the one that comes with the biggest trade-off, right?
Fairly good price.
I almost said hello to the flute just because I was bored of it being so non-musical around here, and I was like, "Do, do, 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 let's do this." Beep, beep, beep,
In our
beep.
last campaign, Rob was playing a character named Scar, right?
Scar.
Scar, a barbarian.
Scar.
And he got from a god in disguise, he was given, I believe it was a legendary spear, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It was a pipe. It was a little pipe that you
Pipe.
found in
Yep,
the
yep, yep.
dungeons, right?
Yep.
Just this little innocuous pipe. And the god approached him. Again, they met the god, and the god approached him and made him a trade for a really good spear. But this pipe, if it had ever been magically identified, was one of the most powerful artifacts in the whole world.
Ooh.
And he packed it around for months. No idea.
No idea. Didn't know what it was.
If we ever play again, which I'm sure we will play again, but on the next campaign, I think I want to be a bard.
A bard.
Scanner hands. Whoever gets that reference, thumbs
Well, you
up.
never know. I mean, you don't even know if Josephine's going to survive this campaign. So the way it works in
Wow.
Dungeons and Dragons
What a
is
rude death wish there.
the way it works in Dungeons and and Pathfinder and Dungeons and Dragons is if you end up in a situation where all of the things align the wrong way, you can end up with one or more people in your party killed permanently, and then it's a reroll.
Yeah.
I know, but I have a green rope now, so I'm pretty sure I will survive.
So back to the flute for just a moment.
Yes.
Is there a way of not being influenced by it?
Well, just don't use it.
But it's a gradual thing. It's not like you're going to turn into a sea hag first use.
Yeah.
It corrupts you over time.
The more you use it. Now, Percy, it's your turn.
I want to do the bracers.
The bracers.
Yes, please.
Right. Are they in your...
They are currently in my equipment.
your equipment? Okay, good. That way I can click the button to identify them, which I have just done. And it says they are clawed bracers. Animal claws are woven into the thick leather of these bracers. The bracers fuse temporarily with your forearms. With the claws extending to your fingertips, you gain a climb speed of 20 feet and a claw unarmed attack with the agile and finesse traits that deals 1d6 damage.
Were these the leather lobster bracers?
Well, they were leather and they had claws. You were thinking lobster claws, but no. They
No,
were shark
but there
claws.
was something about leather lobster bracers.
Leather bracers, but it was not a lobster claw. It was
okay.
a kitty cat claw.
Oh, okay.
I should have made that clear.
Meow.
You know what? I totally would have made some lobster bracers if I thought of that, but too late now. That's what you got. And what about you, Mr. Thaddeus?
What about this unusual trident?
Okay. The unusual trident. Is it in your
Yes.
inventory? Let me find the unusual trident.
It is under consumables.
Yes. This means that well, that's equipment, sorry. Consumables. This means that obviously it's not going to last forever. It is a trident of lightning.
Ooh.
This item looks like a normal trident carved with Gozren motifs, whatever the hell those are.
Gozerian.
And if thrown without being
Ghost of the
activated, it wobbles in the air and fails to strike true. When you activate the trident, the carvings crackle with electricity. You then hurl the trident. It shatters immediately after leaving your hand and unleashes its magic as a 4th rank lightning bolt originating from your space. The bolt deals 5d12 electricity damage and has a DC 25 basic reflex save.
Wow, that's good.
Can it
How
only...
does one?
Go ahead.
Sorry, how does one activate the trident?
I believe to activate the trident, you just concentrate and push the button that says click here. I don't know.
You roll a d20. All right.
Can it only be used once, or is it a multi-use?
Yeah. As soon as it leaves their hand, if you've activated, if you don't activate it, you throw it, it's going to go blah, 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 bonk,
Yeah.
and just lay there. But if it's activated, as soon as it leaves your hand, it shatters into 5 electrical bolts that absolutely give whatever it hits a bad day.
Okay, so it's like the biggest bomb you could ever throw, but you've got it in your hands now.
Sorry, you can target five creatures with it?
No, you can only target one thing, but it hits it with 5d12.
I
So
see.
you roll 5d12.
5d12.
Right?
Do you,
I know,
You're
that's like
good.
really rad.
That's a hell of a lot of
weapon.
damage.
so is it a... Do you have to roll a certain number in order to be able to hit them, or...
Yes.
It's got a DC
They
24.
can dodge out of the way if they beat a DC 25 reflex save, which is a high reflex save to beat. Very difficult,
Yeah.
Should have used it on the crab.
Should have, could have, would have.
right?
But
So-
why? The crab was like kind of boring.
I was
Actually,
hungry. I could have
in,
used a
like, grand
butter
scheme of
candle,
things.
get fried it up.
That crab had something like 360 hits.
I would have preferred to have the green rope around the crab's neck and be adventuring off into the wherever.
Pull a Princess Leia on it.
I
Yeah,
was just thinking that's what you meant.
yeah, that's what I thought you meant too. Yeah.
No. More like, whoa, buddy, let's go. Dodging through the ocean.
One of the things that you have gathered, one of the things that you've noticed about the merfolk is that the merfolk tend to make their habitations in water that isn't too deep, because the way the oceans work is the opposite of the way we are used to things working on land. In land, your lower lands closer to the sea tend to be the lands that are more tropical. The lands have got more temperate temperatures. The higher you get in elevation, the colder and the harsher it gets. The opposite happens in the sea. The closer you are to the surface, it tends to be the warmer, more temperate, and also the more lush places with living corals and more tropical fish. The deeper you go, the colder and harder it gets. It gets dark, it gets very cold, and there be monsters. The big monsters.
How is
live
that
in
the
ocean.
opposite?
Well, because
Or
in one you have to go down.
It'd be about
in the
same.
oceans you have to go down, but on land you...
Oh, okay. But like mirror image sort of thing.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
That's what I mean. One of the other things you learn from merfolk is that the monsters that live in the deep, the monsters that live in these oceans, are unchallenged. And it is so dangerous to cross the ocean that you cannot cross from one continent to another in a surface vessel. Only flying vessels can traverse this world. Anybody that tries to do anything other than hug close to shore with ocean-going or sea-going vessels, is pretty much guaranteed that they're going to be found and eaten by a leviathan or a kraken that could be of gargantuan proportions, right? The one that you saw is not the biggest thing. The crab
We
wreck that
saw
you
a kraken.
You
That
saw
was
a
crab wreck.
Yeah, crab wreck.
Oh,
which was
a crab
giant
wreck.
ancient crab.
Yeah, it's a
You
leviathan.
also saw a shape of a. You didn't see a kraken, which is a big.
We saw a dark shape. I was just trying to get you to say it.
That was a leviathan in the distance, right? So, like I say, the deeper you go, the more dangerous it gets, which is why no ship can ever cross any of the oceans of this world. The only flying ships make it from continent to.
What kind of a relationship do the merfolk have with the monsters? Will the monsters eat the merfolk as well, or?
Yep, the monsters eat everything. So the merfolk have got to either battle them or run. And the way the merfolk move from place to place, if they've got to go a long distance, is that they move with their largest domesticated fish, sharks, orcas, and whales. And they move as a group so that they can defend themselves, almost like an underwater caravan, so that they can defend themselves. And they use the weapons that they have, things like lightning tridents, to fight these gargantuan beasts if they can't
One
outrun
use
them.
only lightning trident.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh.
I mean,
I
it could
used
be-
my turn already. What are the regular
Is that one
tridents
used
do?
for battle or just one used period?
the regular tridents just work like spears.
Okay.
Because she
Just-
said
just
one
stabby,
use,
stabby
and I'm
things.
like, it's weird.
No,
The
lightning
electric
trident is one
shatters
use.
on its one use if you activate the spell.
Oh, if you activate the spell. Okay. So you got to really want it.
Now, it could be that you will find other weapons
But
in the
it,
world
like,
that have a reusable
will
lightning
blow
spell, but this
everything
ain't one of them.
Out of the water, per
Is there-
se. So.
Is there anything else that anybody wants from here? Because we should probably
Oh right.
start preparing.
Did we figure out the leather flagon with clay Caden like?
It's just a really, really nice leather cup.
Okay.
Yeah, I asked about that. It's like it's pretty boring.
And the golden garnet ring?
It was in a chest along with a vessel with the pestle and the flagon with the
Flagon with the
dragon. and
dragon,
brew
yeah,
that was
yeah.
brewed.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, I was just scrolling down and I see like it's 0 now, but it's still in my inventory as a placekeeper for some reason. The wondrous figurine onyx dog.
Yes, you gave the doggy to the
Gave
girl.
it to the girls.
So I suggest we take the unusual chain shirt and all the equipment that is unusual.
I was going to suggest that Josephine try on the unusual chain search. As it sounds light and easy for her to manage in.
It didn't sound light to me. It sounded like it would be very heavy.
Well, it says bulk 3, but I don't know. You said it was light.
The unusual chain shirt is
Yeah.
a bulk 2.
A, sh-
Bulk 2.
a chain is medium armor. Is it? No, is it medium or light?
No, it's medium. I'm gonna
Unusual
call it
chain?
medium.
But it's
okay.
unusual chain, so it needs to be identified.
What was unusual headwear again?
It's flexible. It molds to any
Right,
shape. So I'm thinking of disguising
I
him.
want the mini-purpose hat. Actually,
I'll let you take it.
Well, then
You
ahead.
go ahead and
I'm
take it.
taking that one.
I may need to borrow it at some point.
If it disguises.
If it disguises. But I could probably make use of that next time we're in some sort of civilization, someplace like Rendezvous again.
It sounds like a hat of disguise.
I recommend taking the unusual chain shirt as well.
Well, that's what I was trying to move. Actually,
The leather belt could be like a belt of giant strength or something. Like that would be a ranger.
Well, I was
Is
thinking
it
about
an
the fact
unusual
that
leather belt
my
or just a
dress
regular?
Just a leather
needs a
belt.
belt,
Oh, well,
right?
sure.
Are you wanting the unusual shoes as well, Miss Smith?
what were the unusual shoes again?
There were a couple of boots that looked like pirate boots.
Right, I wanted those. Yes, I want the unusual shoes and the unusual hat.
Now I will say that you're able to identify one item per day. Raven can work to identify one item per day on his own.
Okay.
All right.
As he gets more proficient at it over the levels, he'll get better and faster and be able to do more than one per day. But right now, he's limited to one per day for the ones you don't have identified and you want to
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think
game day.
I just wanted to finish asking whether the leather belt, did we determine that it was magical?
Yep.
Okay, that is what I want to be able to
Do you want
find.
it?
Yeah, because I need a belt for my dress, right? And so it makes sense that depending on what.
Oh,
the
did I
leather belt is
actually
about.
accidentally just take that? I thought
No.
I.
no, the leather
No.
belt is still there.
The belt's
Okay.
still there.
But
What?
you
Simon
didn't take
Dog?
the,
Oh, leather
you
belt.
didn't take,
That-
you haven't
Well,
taken the
I
unusual
have-
change shirt yet. You
I
haven't taken
have-
that.
Um,
You want that?
unusual.
Go ahead. You
Where
can.
unusual chain is what I took.
Well,
Yeah.
you should take that anyway, but take the unusual change shirt as well.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we don't want to appear greedy. And
We are hella greedy though.
Yeah, I'm okay with greed.
Yeah.
Okay,
Later on, I will try and transfer them.
okay, I'm going to transfer the belt to the bag of holding for you for now.
Here, I can drag it over.
Nope, I just did it.
Okay.
And it's unusual dueling sword. There's nothing fancy about it, you say? Other than it's unusual?
You know, I'm going to move the bag of holding into the treasure folder as well.
Did
okay?
we not take 5 tridents into our bag of holding? My
I
goodness.
thought we had.
I'll do it right now.
But those are just regular spears.
So?
But
It's
when-
5 tridents.
I mean, there's 5 of us. There's 5 tridents.
Well, I don't think I can use it, but sure.
You're obviously wanting to be unprepared for
They're-
underwater adventures.
They're 25 bulk if we take all 5.
Okay, Lavinia, you've got the leather belt now in your
Okay,
equipment.
someone else decide. My vote is for the 5 tridents, but
well, you are certainly welcome to take one of the 5.
well, I don't want just one trident. It's way cooler if we all have one.
Well, I can't use it, so it doesn't help me any.
Yeah.
You can't use a freaking trident.
No,
he can't use it as a wizard.
He can't use a melee weapon.
not that
No.
one. I can use a staff.
He can use the staff, he can use wands, he can use very light things like little light crossbows. But anything bigger than that, as far as martial weapons go, as they're called, martial weapons, a wizard doesn't have the strength or proficiency to do it. He's got the trade-off between either he can have the magical power or he can have the physical martial power.
Okay.
You are in the middle as a ranger where you know, for example, okay, if like a giant friggin' ball and chain on a stick came up, you would not have the strength to use that, right?
All right.
Percy might if he worked with it a long time, but you wouldn't have the strength. So that's a weapon that I would deem unusable by your class. Same
Right.
with everybody at the table except maybe Percy, which is why the only one who maybe can eventually attune to that plate armor is Percy, because he's the only one big enough and strong enough.
Makes sense. Mm-hmm.
And if he had not been cursed as a weird tiger, he would not be able to either, because it's the weird tiger strength that is going to affect him as far as his human physical appearance, making him more and more muscled over the coming months.
Cool.
I'm gonna get cut, baby.
Ooh. The weird tiger is buff.
Yes.
Pump up the jam.
Pump it up. Pump it up.
So let's take these coins as well because they're worth a lot.
Okay, so we're passing on the tridents, much to my dismay.
Oh, do you want one of them?
Yeah, you
No,
can take
I
one.
don't want one of
They're
them.
just heavy.
Like, what am I gonna
And
do?
I've
Run
got
around with a trident
I
strapped
got
to my
swords,
back?
bows.
I hear that
Everything.
the tridents make excellent 10 poles, but they're kind of hard on the fabric. You can stick them in the ground the other way, though, and then put
Yeah, I
this head over
suppose.
top.
Yeah, right.
Did you want the throwing knife?
There's a dagger and a throwing knife. Both are non-magical. Just good, regular old weapons.
Well, I've already got 2 throwing knives. Now I've got 2 more. But I
So-
got from there.
Okay, well, so
Let's
you
move on.
you could have
Yep.
5
Could
altogether.
throw in the
That
bag of
would
holding,
be.
sell
I
it
can
later.
only throw 3 at a time.
Wow.
You go through 3 at a
But,
time.
but if we threw them into the bag of holding, if
I'll
you,
put it in the bag of holding.
Bag of
then.
holding.
and if it's something
But
that
I
he
lose
does have those
something-
magical gloves that anything he throws comes right back to him. So.
Yes.
Okay, each one of those gloves can hold 5 weapons,
Ooh.
right?
Ooh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are little stitched sigils. for
Oh,
each
right.
weapon.
Okay.
Grab the
So
other
you can
knife.
carry
Oh.
10 weapons in your gloves.
Oh, neat. Okay.
They cannot be any larger than a knife or a dagger, but that's what they're built.
All right.
That's what the dagger gloves are all
Okay,
about.
I'll take it.
Real life Edward Scissorhands. Pew, pew.
The idea is that, of course, he's eventually going to want an arsenal that has different types of daggers. Some daggers may have a magical property and others don't. The trade-off will be which tend to carry out of the potential dozens and dozens of daggers that he comes across through his adventures. And also, you sell the ones you don't want.
one of the things that comes with being a follower of Pharasma is this necklace that you can get that has different knives on it, and you can just pluck it off.
Who's Pharasma?
Pharasma is the goddess that I'm affiliated with, and she basically helps people pass over, and she doesn't like undead. She's totally against undead. That's
She's
her
like
big
guardian of the Rainbow Bridge.
kind of.
Pharasma has loaned Lavinia to R1 for this mission.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I'm kind of tuning into some of those
Mhm.
different types of things. But I read about that the other day. So I thought that was interesting because what's cool is that when you pluck the little knife off, it can turn into different things, right? So, anyways,
She hasn't found one of those yet, but
Do you
there's
have
one
one
somewhere
of
in
those
the world.
magical necklaces?
not yet.
She's
We
looking
need to
for it.
get you one.
Yep.
Yes.
She needs to find one somewhere.
Anyway,
Well, ladies and gentlemen, are we satisfied with the plunder?
Yes. Can you finally
I
kiss
turned
your
to my-
wife goodbye? Like I know she's
I've been waiting to do that. I'm going to have a private word with my wife for a few minutes.
Gross.
About 5.
Keena obviously is not looking forward to the sudden departure of Thaddeus and is starting to get pretty weepy about this. Feeling upset and
Poor
makes him
Keena.
swear that he will be back as he has promised.
Oh, I would have done that anyways without her forcing me to swear it.
I have a question. How can you tell if a mermaid's crying in the ocean?
The tears are a different color as they come
Oh, I
out
see.
and they go into the water.
An
around.
iridescent silver.
Really funny though, Glenn.
This seemed like a good question.
It was a good question. yes.
They start blubbering.
oh,
Okay, so are you saying your goodbyes? Are you ready? You ready to depart?
I'm saying
on
my
Pyrrhus
goodbyes. I'm
Bye,
both-
Keena.
and I just wanted to have a few
Keena.
words
Bye.
about being ready for any oncoming attacks from the army of the undead, the shambling dead or whatever they're called.
The soldiering dad.
Yeah, well, I have a different view on that.
Well, they were soldiers. That's where they came from.
Yeah, well, my uncle used to be a commander as well. He used to be a Poindexter. He's not now. But just
No.
saying, be ready for them. Open communications with neighboring kingdoms. Coordinate for communication if there's an attack. Be ready.
One of the things that they have found so far is that the distance is one of the things that's protected them as
Yes.
merfolk. The problem is that the undead don't have any problem at all
Being underwater.
being underwater and walking through
Yeah.
the shallows of the ocean. But the distance is a tremendous distance that they traverse with their will. With you guys, a
I'm
long
trying
way.
to imagine walking through water. It's pretty awful. So to be a zombie walking through water, it'd be like,
Yeah, they're really slow.
Well, if you remember Pirates of the Caribbean, they were just kind of sloshing through the water very slowly, like boom.
That was one of the most brilliant things about that first movie, though.
Yeah.
Was when they attacked the ship by walking
Across
across the lagoon.
Right.
Oh, so, and
gorgeous.
I consider that still to be one of the best movies, Pirates of the Caribbean, that Disney has ever made. You know, when the captain of the ship says to the girl, she's played by Keira Knightley, he said, what does he say? You best be believing in monsters. No, what does he say? Oh, you best be believing in ghost stories, Missy, because you're in one. And then she looks and all of them are dead on the boat.
All of them are dead.
I haven't seen that movie in years. I think I want to watch it.
I've got them all on video, and I've got Disney. So
I'll just keep
I
it
also
on Disney
mentioned
tonight,
to my wife
but-
that if I'm able to find any way of communicating in the interim, I will do so. Keep an eye
Only
on.
you had some way to scry and see what she's doing. She had a way to scry to see what you were doing.
Maybe you should have the scry wand.
Well, why don't we just save
work
it for now?
Or you could do it for him.
when
Yeah.
need it. I would also like to talk to her father as well, and saying keep an eye on the tower.
Right.
People,
The pinnacle?
The pinnacle.
Right.
Yeah, keep an eye on that. Set a watch, set traps for the undead. Do whatever you have to, and stay safe.
right.
Okay.
All right.
So are you departing? Oh, hey, Kato. Hi.
I saw that happening.
If you go to the adventure screen, I'm going to see if this is working again. And yes, it is. So I have discovered what the problem is. The problem is trying to do it on this tablet with a wireless connection. It won't update, but it does fine on this laptop. So there we go. So once again, you mount Pyrrhus, the whale. The merfolk come along and help you each get attached to a lead on the whale. It is the same captain again, who kind of avoids making eye contact with Josephine this time. Very conscious of the fact that he may be murdered by his own mermaid half. What are you doing? What are you doing, Captain? What are you doing? You're going down?
Don't touch his tummy, he'll bite you.
I want to control the keyboard.
Go down. Here. You go this way. There. Really? Larry likes to jump up on the TV in the middle of our thing. I'm trying to get him so that he doesn't do it because he gets handled too much by me if he does it, and then I'll stop him usually. So you basically are all attached to reins on Pyrrhus, and you have a return trip, much the same way you came. It's not like you can recognize anything on the ocean floor to tell you, but it's an uneventful trip. You return to the same cove, and Pyrrhus swims right into the cove, right over top of the old shipwreck. The shipwreck is still there, the original one that Thaddeus had investigated, and there are actually mermen guards stationed around in the water. You notice a few of them around the pinnacle. Clearly they are concerned about what you just said, and they're keeping an eye out, not just for whatever might come from the pinnacle, but also for any airships that come over that may have been infested. So you depart Pyrrhus.
Nope.
Whale.
Oh, depart Pyrrhus. I want to go to the shore of the lagoon.
Okay.
And arrange the rocks in a message that can be seen from the pinnacle.
Okay. All right. So the message that you arrange the rocks, let me guess, the message says Pronos cum clava ferus. Does it say that?
Yeah.
Phareos.
Piraeus. Sorry.
That's iron.
That's a really good guess.
Or clava ferius ite domum.
Yeah, go home.
And Thaddeus, what does that mean in Latin?
Clava ferius ite domum means quite simply Iron Club Go Home. The other one, what was it?
I thought it was down with the iron.
Yeah, Pronus cum clava ferius means down with the Iron Club. But I left that. I already left that message down at the bottom of the seabed,
right.
so I'm leaving a different one up here.
So
If I can get it together, I'll actually do a couple of graphics that have it on there in stones.
So you're actually
No
like
guarantees.
leaving like
Oh, I'm absolutely taunting him.
19th century graffiti.
I am absolutely taunting
Basically, yeah.
the Iron Club. Absolutely.
I have a completely side question, which has been burning in my brain for the last possibly in 2 months.
What's up?
What physics does the aerolite cluster levitate by? If it's exposed to light, if it's exposed to some form of magic or electricity, does it levitate and otherwise it stays on the ground? And how, if you mined the thing out and you're in a darkened cave?
Do you have to keep it compressed?
Yeah, would you have to keep it down on the ground in order to keep it running away? And if that's the case, we just acquired a bunch of aerolite clusters from the, and how do we keep them from floating away at that time? Did we put them in dark bags so that they're not exposed to light or magic? Or did we shield them from magic somehow? Or
Very good questions.
what activates them to become buoyant? What deactivates them from being buoyant?
They are always naturally buoyant.
Okay.
And yes, if you were to open the bag of holding and just not hold on to them securely, they would just eventually float up, bloop, and they would go.
Okay.
Aerolite is basically condensed, solidified aether. Aether being the magical substance that permeates this entire world that is missing from the world of Earth.
Okay.
The world of Earth is very much a world where we have what we would call primordial power or primordial energy from all of the things that we make from iron and all of the fire that we create, often using fossil fuels to do it, even back then, coal and stuff like that. But in this world, the biggest marked difference, the thing that gives this world its golden hue, and this thing that gives it its magical power, is the presence of this substance that permeates everything in the world called aether. And if you get high enough in the atmosphere, you see a point at which it begins to diminish greatly. And you cannot fly easily above that point because there isn't enough aether left in the atmosphere.
So it's retained or generated by the Earth.
Which is why there is kind of a surface 150 feet above in the air where most things tend to float, because that
they reach equilibrium.
Exactly. They achieve equilibrium at that point. Things can go higher, but they have to work really hard at doing it. Now, aether clusters, aerolite clusters that are made of aether, are mined from deep in the earth, where they have formed under pressure over eons, the pressure on this aether. And they are mined by the core dwarfs. There are 5 realms in this world that all are interlocked together, and that's why you see the 5 rings.
Yeah.
You've got the realm of air, right, or Anu, as it's called by these guys. You've got the realm of A's, shadow, or A's, the afterworld, which is that R1 is lord of. You've got the realm of core, or the deep earth, where the core dwarves live. You've got the realm of the Fae. All of the realms have 3-letter names: Anu, core, A's, Fae, and the last one is Mer, which is why they're called the Merfolk.
Can these be added into the notes? for future reference?
Yes, I will try and get it. I got most of the stuff written up, and I will try and get this added in.
I just wanted to stick a couple of aerolite clusters into the sunken ship and make it float up in the air. But I don't know how
That's
that would
not
work.
gonna work.
You have had in your possession and not even realized it the other substance that interacts with aerolite, and that is called anchorite.
Okay.
Anchorite is a substance that when it is placed in proximity to aerolite, the closer it is, the more it nullifies the levitation field, levitating properties. It is a dull gray rock. When you found the abandoned wagon caravan in the desert and you made the big hot air balloon out of the fabric that was there, that was a caravan of the core dwarves. The reason that it had such a big overhang and the reason that it had all that fabric is that the core dwarves are terrified of the surface. They are incredibly uncomfortable being on the surface of the world. They feel like they'll just fly off out into the atmosphere. So the only way that they can make it anywhere to sell their wares is if they make these big caravans so that they are under these big overhanging ceilings or under big heavy cloth awnings so that they still feel that they are inside something and not crawling around like flies on the surface of something.
Massive agoraphobia.
When you found that abandoned caravan, you found a case that had 6 large aerolite gems in it. And you opened up that case, and the aerolite gems just sat there just perfectly. And you never took another look at that case. You didn't examine it. You didn't try and check anything, and you did not find that there was a hidden drawer underneath the bottom of that case that if you pulled out had 6 equally sized anchorite stones. And that was what was keeping those big aerolite gems in place.
Holy cramoly.
Yep. There have been
Wow.
lots of things like that where you didn't look, so I didn't tell you.
Where do
So,
you
now you
where do
know.
you
See,
find
but I'm
the
not
anchorite?
I'm not the mechanical wizardy type.
So the
I'm
physics
supposed to
of
be the
these
one
ships is that most of these ships also carry a certain amount of anchorite.
Right.
And the way that they control their ascent and their descent is how close they position that anchorite. It's in a enclosure that slides to the aerolite. If they get it too close, the whole ship would drop.
Right.
So it's like positive and negative on a magnet.
Basically.
Okay.
And if that
That's
ship
really
takes,
cool.
if that ship takes a blow in battle that screws up that mechanism, for example, either the aerolite comes loose and begins to float away, or the anchorite gets hit and drops out of the ship, then that ship is going to capsize and eventually fall out of the sky one way or the other. Because those ships are perfectly balanced with the aerolite clusters in them to keep them level and to have them float. But to keep them from going off out of control, they've got anchorite, a certain amount of anchorite to balance how much aerolite there is.
Okay.
There
Ship
you go.
captains must
Actual
be mighty
made up bullshit
aerolite
physics
engineers.
from Dave.
Woo!
Luckily, I was prepared
He
for that one
spouted
because I
the-
actually had written out a lot of that shit like
Love it.
3 years
It was
ago.
so
Sci-fi
good.
gobbledygook that we needed. Yep.
Okay.
That would
So now
be
you know about anchorite,
But
which I don't think you've ever asked about before.
so I have done everything I need to do.
So
I too.
I want to come back and ask about the idea of building a ship that we can use what materials we have available to start to float around. I don't know if we can bring up the shipwreck because it's probably pretty beat up from being under.
Yeah,
Also
it's
got
got a
giant
huge
crab.
crab on it right now. and
it's-
an octopus. Yeah.
Yeah. But the concept though of building a flying machine though sounds within our realm if we choose to do that.
If we were clever enough, yes.
Well, we also can go to these other portals and do like a speed run.
I was gonna say, like, if we can get us to the pinnacle, I've got now this fancy rope that I can throw up there,
Yep.
and we can
Yes.
Or you can even just instruct it to go up and
Well,
wrap
yes,
around
but it
something.
takes 10 turns, like 10 feet per turn.
6 seconds each.
Yeah. So I gotta send the rope up there and have it secure itself somehow. But then we can all climb up it, and
Right.
then we
Yep.
would be in at the pinnacles.
Right.
There's the right area.
It'd take a minute to go 100 feet.
Yeah.
So one word on the flying ships. If you're to make any ship out of pine or out of oak or out of any of the usual mahogany, any of the usual woods that you are familiar with, pretty much no amount of aerolite is going to have enough loft to lift you and make that ship fly. You need the only wood in the world that seems to work well, and that is a wood called light beam.
Light beam.
Well, that's the one that we lit on fire the one time because we thought we'd have a nice cozy fire in the middle of this fallen, sky ship.
You're right.
And it sparked and you lost your gun making
Extremely
abilities.
Yes.
flammable light beam, and he's right. That's exactly
Yeah.
why that ship started on fire.
Yep.
And the only place that you can find light beam is most of the races have to trade with the Fae for light beam because light beam grows in the deepest groves of the different Feywild
Seems
forests
like all the
around
good
the
stuff
world.
comes from the Fey Forest. I'm just saying.
Well, you've got to trade with the core dwarves for the clusters, unless you can get them some other way. For example, the Aesir Vikings, the core dwarves will not trade with them, which is one of the reasons why they try and raid whatever they can to get them. Another point is that in this world, something that you hear if you talk, it's common knowledge amongst all the people of this world, is that the floating flying cities do not work with anything to do with airlight. It's a completely different mechanism. They are floating and flying because of an unknown ancient technology.
Oh,
The floating
Interesting.
flying cities are very, very ancient, beyond the memory of anyone. And they work on a technology that nobody knows. Even the people who live in them don't know how they stay up. And there are a few technologies that the giants that live in them use, lightning electrical based technologies, lightning cannons, to defend themselves from Viking raiders. So there's a whole bunch of stuff about the world of Era.
Yay.
Okay.
Okay, let's
The
go.
pinnacle.
okay, so
Let's go.
so we're on a whale.
No, we're off the
and
whale.
I've left the whale.
We've left the whale. Or
You're
we're
on shore?
We're on the
Yep.
shore.
You
Okay.
are back.
Let's send the rope up. Do, 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 do.
All right, so we are back in Lumina Cove. And I'm going to activate that.
I'm so excited about my magical green rope.
There you go. You're back in Lumina Cove.
Yay.
So
And,
we're
you're able
around here
to-
somewhere.
Use the rope, and you find that the rope will go up
100
it's
feet.
it's obviously at least 200 feet to the top. You're not going to be able to make it all with one length of your green rope, but you could
Dang it.
take it up halfway.
We're gonna
to
go
the-
100 feet at a time, I guess.
Okay, so can this rope only go 100 feet?
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's only 100 foot long.
Well, could we tie another rope to it and let it continue on? Can we daisy chain ropes onto it?
That's a good idea.
I think it needs to be stable on a stable base to go
Well,
up.
at the end of the green rope,
Yeah.
tie another rope.
Yeah. So it can climb up the side of this cliff as long as the cliff is physically there to attach to. The question would be, what is the distance that this rope can travel on its own?
100 feet.
Like, do you have to keep touching it in order
Yes.
for it to?
As it says clearly in the instructions, if you look at the description of the rope. Yeah, let me
Rope
get
of climbing, in brackets, lesser.
Okay, but if you open
There are lots of plateaus that we
This
could.
silk rope
stop at
measures
to
100 feet long and
regroup.
is capable of holding up to 3,000 pounds. If the rope is ever cut, only the longest remaining portion retains its magic. Frequency is once per day. Effect: you hold one end of the rope and point to a destination. The rope animates for 1 minute, moving 10 feet per round until it reaches the destination or runs out of length. The rope can move across any non-damaging horizontal or vertical surface, but it can't extend upward without a surface to support it. At any point while the rope is animated, you can use an interact action to wiggle the rope. Give it one of the following commands: stop in place, fasten securely to the nearest available object, detach from an object, or knot or unknot itself.
So how tall is the cliff face?
200.
200 feet?
We estimate it's about 200
Okay.
feet up to the top of that pinnacle.
So I suggest you tie the rope to you, and then we hand you our lengths of rope for the rest of the 100 feet, and you scoot up with that rope that'll carry 3,000 pounds at 10 feet per round. So 10 times
I am a good
6 is
scurrier.
600 feet. So you should be able to go all the way up with
200.
one. Sorry,
200.
10 feet times 6. So there's
60.
So you're
there's
saying, let me
10 rounds per.
scoot
minute.
up there, carry the rope, and then go in. Wait, am I climbing this whole way? That sounds not so fun.
You have a rope, a magic
You
rope.
send the rope ahead, and then you basically
I
pull
send the
yourself
rope
up.
ahead, okay.
Yeah.
And then
And then climb the rope, and then-
I do it again.
Yeah.
And
then just climb the rope.
Okay.
Yep.
2 minutes later, ta-da!
And then you let down the regular rope.
I put all the, what are they called? Pistons in.
Yeah.
Pitons.
Pitons.
You're only
Yeah.
going to go 100 feet. You
No, I
have to
went
do the
200.
rest.
I did it twice.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Josephine works and has no problem doing it, especially because she's a ranger and she's pretty wiry as a little elf, and she's able to climb up there. She
And
could have done it
give her a little
without the
elf.
rope, probably no problem. It would have been an athletics check, but she wouldn't have a problem doing it. So yes, you now have rope hanging down that you all can climb up if you make your athletics checks.
From the bottom of the pinnacle to the top of the
Roll
pinnacle.
d20.
Yay!
12.
Dice roll time. This is the
No
first time
problem.
we've rolled all night.
12. It's not hard because you're holding on to a rope, but 12 makes it no problem.
10.
It's fine.
28.
It's fine.
Yeah.
12 for me.
You're fine. Nobody rolled a 1, so nobody fell.
Yep.
You all make up?
Ian didn't chime in. He
was the first one.
Oh, okay.
He made it 12.
I was gonna say he.
What are you
might
trying to
have-
jinx him again?
he might have rolled a-
So I could just tell by people's faces if they've actually rolled like a real low. Okay, so you make it to the top, and once again, you are at that wonderful little spot that we were at before, where you see the flame still burning in the portal that will take you to the Hall of Fires.
All right. And we did get some information about the different destinations
Why
from.
don't we show them on screen some new
Yeah.
stuff here? Who's going to drive?
Okay.
Trade driving to somebody else.
This is where we are right now.
Yep.
Yes.
That's where we are. And we are heading towards.
Are you stepping into the portal again?
Right. Isn't the flame is a cold
Yes.
flame, right?
Cold flame.
Like, yeah, we can all
Yes.
just like link arms,
Yep. Go in.
jump in.
Yep.
The reason it's a cold flame is that it actually is somehow, that is literally burning aether that you're stepping through. It's magically burning and it's not giving off any heat. But it's causing the connection between this spot and the Hall of Fires. So, you step through?
Yep.
Yeah. Are we gonna come back to the grand hall?
And
Spoilers.
Let's. Well, I mean, if
Well-
anyone has been watching the previous episodes,
I don't know if
they
they
would
have.
know.
some of them may not even know, but you know about the Hall of Fires, and sure
There's
enough,
the Hall of Fires.
you end up back at the Hall of Fires with its cool music. Let me turn that down. That's a little.
Okay, I'm going to write that we are on the portal that we just stepped out, that we came from that lagoon.
Okay, so
So-
ever always presence of mind. That's what you want in a good wizard. Your wizard raven immediately turns around, uses the ink that he got. This is the ink that you got from the frog people,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It could be, sure. That writes on water, but I don't see why it wouldn't write on this environment.
Writes on
Or
everything.
write on anything.
There we go.
Sure enough. And so what do you write on the edge of the portal?
What was the name of the lagoon we just came from?
The
Lumina Bay.
lagoon.
Luna Lagoon or something?
Lumina Bay.
Lumina Cove.
Lumina
Okay,
Cove.
that's what I write.
Lumina Cove.
In non-Latin.
So we can all read it?
That's
In
right.
English?
That's kind
In
of
English.
All right.
Yeah.
Old English is one of the languages spoken in this world, but only by a select few. And do you even remember who they are? Who speaks it? Who speaks Old English? in
The
this
Old English? Didn't we ran into them at the trading post?
Wasn't it was the Vikings bowmen or something like that? The ones that got that fell through.
Nope.
No.
You haven't run into hardly anybody who actually can speak it, and they speak it in a strange dialect. But you've been told by others that English is spoken is the language of wilderness.
Oh, Wildermage.
Right. That's
Only
why they kept
Wilders
confusing us with the
use
Wilders.
English.
Yeah, the Wilders.
Because wilders are not native to this world.
And we
Most of them.
haven't been to Wildermage yet.
You have not.
Nope.
Do any of these portals actually say Wildermage? That would be convenient.
Well, we should consider too where we want to go next. Like, what is our what is the quest?
Wildermage, if that's a possibility.
Well, we spoke about going to the Fae, right?
Yeah.
gonna
yes.
recruit them to
To,
help
to,
us?
to the Fae,
just to
to
comment about-
reacquaint myself with my kin, who I've never met before, to try and form an alliance. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, were we not warned that in the Fey area, that's where the fighting is happening?
It's
You were
permeating
warned that
through
the
there.
southern
It's
border of the
everywhere,
Fae-
yeah.
Do you guys remember the map that Nereo showed you last week?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that the blood just kept climbing.
Yes.
Well,
And so
there
that's
was a
the
northern
expanded area that's
place
now under the
north
influence of
of
the
the
Soldiering Dead.
Fae
There's
Forest.
Celestia
and
Vale.
Yago.
Yeah.
That goes to Fae.
So the question is that area, was that in the Fey
I
area?
think we want
It was still outside, I believe.
Yeah. I'm just not clear. About
So
Okay,
here's a map. I'm just going to pop it up on the screen behind me too. Here's the map that you were actually shown by Nereo, which was in some ways slightly more accurate as far as the influence of the Soldiering Dead. So he showed you that the bottom border of the Feywild, that the Soldiering Dead were starting to move that direction, and as well, they have claimed half of the Florida Peninsula of the Legardo people.
See,
Okay.
didn't we just come down there?
Yep.
Yes. We were right sort of on
But
the
we
edge.
were on the other side that wasn't
You came
overtaken
down the
from
river
the-
that
Came down-
divided one side from the
right.
other.
Okay.
And you actually encountered the Alligator Man Temple that had been one place that they had crossed over and attacked. And then they had also crossed over and they were pushing into the Grung territory. That's where you encountered them at Grunglundung. Grunglundung.
Well, there are two areas that the one that Nerea indicated was for the Fae is Celestia's Vale, and he also indicated some place that is north of the Fae called Verdantus.
I'd rather go from the north than from the south. I don't know about you guys, but the south seems to be where the Soldiering Dead are, and the north seems to be where there's not so much scary stuff.
Well, Celestia's Vale is just indicated as that's near the Fae, and the Fae has a huge area there.
Huge area.
Huge area. So I'm guessing it's probably more central in the middle of the Fae.
Sorry, what was the other one?
Verdantus
Celestia's Vale.
is north of the Fae.
Yeah.
We don't know how far north.
Yeah.
So just north as opposed to north.
All we have is north of the Fae is what He had told
What,
us.
sorry, what was the other one?
Celestia's Veil.
No, Celestia's Veil is north of the Fae, right?
No, Celestia's Veil is the Fae.
Oh, well,
It is
let's
in
freaking
Feyland.
go there. Come
Yeah,
on.
that's what I've been
Dantis, Nereo said, is
north of the Fae.
Okay.
But not as. But there's also a place called Frost Reach, which is basically around Newfoundland.
Yeah, I think
That's a
don't
little
go
too
that
far north.
Yeah.
Gosh,
No,
is
it
that
wasn't.
even on the
that
map?
was Harrow Fjord was up there, wasn't it? Frost Reach, he didn't know where it was.
Oh, he didn't know where it was. Okay.
But he knew where Harrow Fjord was because it is on the shoreline.
On the shoreline, yes.
And yes, it was up near what you would think of in modern terms as Newfoundland.
Right.
Okay.
Do you guys want to
Wildermage is probably around Frost Reach.
try to make friends with my kin that I don't know, but like, let's just take a chance?
Well, I've just done that with my kin. Try not to get married.
Or sacrifice.
Ew, married is gross. Yes, sacrifice is even grosser.
Well, I'm content to go to Celestia's Veil.
Celestia's Veil. What?
Sounds good to me.
Celestia's Veil.
Celestia's Veil.
Sure. Let's do
Okay,
it.
everyone link arms.
Wait, why don't we just have a look and see what's there without committing too far?
One moment, please.
How do we do that? Okay.
Abuelita, abuela. Should we go to Celestia's Veil?
I still have to get all my riddles set up. Should you go to Celestia's Veil? What does Abuela Mala say about that? Abuela Mala speaks in a strange, cackling, whispering voice. And she says she doesn't know.
Oh,
Well, that was the least helpful answer she could have given.
What she foresees is dark smoke wherever you go.
Okay, so let's do it then.
Right.
What's the worst that can happen? We've already been swallowed by all kinds of things and beaten, and
Married.
yes, gets worse.
I know.
that was like the best part of our trip so far. Come on. We had a feast. He got some. Like, it was good times.
You know, and I got to tell you honestly, okay, so unlike a regular module that we did like we did last time when we did one of the Dungeons and Dragons modules, because this is all homebrew, this shit is all totally improv. There are little bits of some modules that I will sometimes find that might work and I can include them. But I had zero plans for you guys to ever be anywhere near the merfolk. Zero plans. I did not want to try and figure out a damn underwater adventure. I had no plans. And then you had to go and frickin' pick the one damn portal that I had out in the water. The one, of course.
People, it's better. Down when it's wetter. Take it from me.
So
As the person who is really claustrophobic about spaces and just weights on top of me and whatnot, I am so very happy to be out of the water. Thank you very much.
Oh, well. So I had to just make up all that shit just on the fly as far as finding a shipwreck and everything else. And then I had to come up with frickin' merfolk and everything about them and on and so on and so on. Now, you are in the Hall of Fires and you've decided that you're going to step through the portal called Celestia's Veil. You know that it's called Celestia's Veil because of the weird tiger memories that Percy has. He was able to read that language.
Okay, I'm going to write Celestia's Veil with the inks that
Frog
I have
ink,
in
yeah.
English around
Okay.
it.
Are you all stepping through, holding hands, planning
we
on
are.
going through?
Linking elbows.
Yep.
Holding hands is like a little too kindergarten. We're adults, so we link elbows.
That sounds good.
Yes.
You all link elbows, and as you step through the portal, you find yourself once again on another pinnacle. This time you are ringed by some fairly large mountains.
Ooh.
And as you look out through a gap on the southern end, I'll leave it zoomed out for you for a minute just so you can see what's going on here. You realize, and apparently you've got very loud, that's the wrong music. Sorry.
Sounds great.
That's nice
It's very
music.
ethereal.
As you look out, you realize that all of the forest on the southern half below the pinnacle is on fire.
Oh.
Thus the black smoke.
Thus the heavy smoke. And if you look at the top left corner of the map, you'll see that there's a heavy pall of smoke that's been blowing that direction. The only part of the forest that is not burned is the part to the north of you, and both the northwest and the northeast of you. The forest has not been touched, but the fire is creeping around the pinnacle on both sides. It's pretty much burned out in the south. There are only a few little pockets left. It looks like most of the fire is passing by the pinnacle now, as it's consuming the trees to the north, and the trees to the south are black charred husks that are all burned out.
So this is a safe area here. And everything else is either in flames or smoke.
It's all burned out or it's still burning. Burning more on the east and west sides. The south is pretty much completely burned out.
Well, that's kind of depressing.
Yeah.
We got anything that can extinguish the flame?
Produce water? But I don't know.
Not at this level, at this
Huge
scope.
fire?
I mean, is one of your powers to produce water?
How much water?
Yeah.
Like 500 million liters?
For some reason, my thing is not opening.
Well, mine just did this. My computer is currently restarting, so that's exciting.
Yeah.
Can you see it on the screen? Can I put it up on the screen for you?
I hope so, because
Well, do you see it right here?
No, that I see. I just can't open up Lumina Rose. If I click on it, it won't open.
No, you don't need to open yourself right now.
Got it.
So we haven't rested since Lumina Cove,
I
right?
put it up. You should be able to see it on the adventure screen now.
Yeah. No, it's
We
good.
have not rested since
Lumina Cove.
he
Since
had
the
his
banquet.
slumber party.
You, by the way, you do have all of your spell slots. Everybody has full spell slots and full health.
Oh.
Okay.
Choose you, right?
Yeah.
I didn't use anything.
My familiar is still 3 days away from.
I'm going to say that you spent an extra day there. Your familiar is 1 day away.
Oh, nice.
Because you've been away from your familiar long enough. I'm also going to say we're going to call a break. We'll let you guys think about what you're going to do
Awesome,
here.
because my computer doesn't
And
want to be
we're going to take
active.
10 minutes, and then we're coming back for the final session tonight. All right?
All right.
This, and
So
we're
much
gonna-
fun. I'm happy that
This
we're
is
finally
exciting.
on land
Now you guys
again.
can figure out what you're going to do and where you're going to go
We are-
in the
we
land
are
that
on
you
the
are
move.
on.
I agree with you. We should take a
We'll
rest.
be right back. Okay, so welcome back. We are going to do our third and last session tonight. In this evening of gaming, we're going to start off with a clacker. And that's for my video recording. We're going to do 5 seconds of silence. Good, and I can use that to balance out the audio later on if I need to. Although, honestly, for the most part, I think our audio is a lot better than it used to be. It's getting better all the time. It's not perfect by any means, but eventually we'll get to the point where we've got some extra preamps on all of these microphones, and that'll help a lot with the background sound. We are on a pinnacle in a place known as Celestia's Vale, which unfortunately is somewhat on fire. And as you're debating what you're going to do, you hear a sound carrying on the wind to you from the south, and it sounds like a far, far away cry. Some type of cry for help or something. You don't know what it is, but it's carrying on the wind. It's a fairly high-pitched voice that's calling out.
Oh, dang.
Now the moral problem occurs.
Exactly.
Yeah. Do we flee or do we help?
We should help.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree. Like a chill just ran down my spine hearing that cry for help carrying through the wind.
All right. Well, the pinnacle that you're on, as you see, it's kind of in this case, it's kind of in a bowl of a feature that the rock formation is. The southern end, though, dips down a little bit further. The southwest end dips down a little bit further than everywhere else.
That
And
place
it
looks really
like
flammable.
from that point, you see what looks like some very well-worn steps that begin, and then they are broken off, and they must have been very, very ancient. The rest of the steps have collapsed and fallen away. But this is a point that you could probably get down. It looks like it's only about 125 feet down to the surface. The ground at the very bottom looks like it's covered in a white ash from the fire.
How does the north side look like? The part that's not on fire?
The north side is a higher vertical ring that goes up from the little inset area that the portal is in. And the north side is easily 75 to 100 feet higher than the south side. So if you get over the top of the north side, you could climb up to the very top ridge of that edge, and then you'd probably have about 250 to 300 feet that you'd have to scale down the sheer cliffs on the back.
So we have steps into the fire or a steep climb.
There is a gap before
There's a
we hit
gap.
the fire.
Yeah.
There's
see
a
that,
gap.
See that area there that's all burned up? And it's
Oh,
just
okay.
ash?
It's
So we
just
could-
ash.
Yeah, we
It's
could come
just
down
ash.
into this ash area and then go around the
Yeah.
little
The
metal
last
donut.
What do
places
you guys-
that you see where there's actually active fire are the only places left in this area where there is still some active fire. The rest of it is all either burned out or not burned at all.
What do you guys think?
Well, I'm already starting down.
Let's go. I'm going.
Okay.
I'm following Thaddeus.
Stairs?
Yeah, well, I'm going Thaddeus.
Well, some of the stairs have fallen. We'll just have to deal with that when we get closer to see what the situation is.
We can make do. We've slid on our butts before.
I
Okay.
should actually make this the right size. I'm going to do
Yes,
that.
please.
Even though we're not really using this map very much, we only use these for reference. But this is basically where you're at, right there.
So we're just going to descend.
The stairs are over here, I imagine.
What's left of them, there was just a couple at the top that you saw that were actually carved.
Oh, I thought
And
they
the
were
rest
going
all
down
broke
here.
away.
Yeah, I thought they were going down between one of those gaps in the groovy area. Whatever.
Okay.
And we're just trying to get down into
Well,
the ash.
it's a sheer drop right where you're at. You're going to have to use a rope or something to get down at least 50 to 75 feet at this.
It's a good thing we got a green
thing.
rope that goes wherever we
I was
go.
gonna say we've all got rope. I've got the green rope as well.
Yeah.
Should we just attach the green rope to something secure here and
Well,
just skedaddle down?
you've used your 1 day of use already.
Oh, that's right.
So let's just use the climbing ropes.
Yep. Okay.
Climbing ropes.
All right. If you loop, you've got enough rope amongst all of you that if you just loop it around one of the rock things, you can probably retrieve most of your rope as long as the loop isn't tied too securely.
We were all like smart enough to get climbing gear back in the last.
You were. I never thought it was going to be this important to you.
Yeah, never would have thought.
So let's descend.
Okay. That means that you all need to roll an athletics check.
17.
17's good. Simon, what do you want? Simon, come here.
18. I have no idea what my bonus is, but because
Your-
my computer is like totally.
Your wizard Raven is
Gosh.
scrambling for his magic hourglass because
gosh.
he rolled a
Did you
bad
roll a
thing.
1?
I'm almost falling, so I'm gonna re-roll.
Oh dear.
So as Raven falls through the air, he scrambles, grabs the time turner that he's got around his neck, and re-rolls.
Well, I rolled a
How
27.
did that come? These things. Can you use acrobatics? Sure. Yeah, acrobatics or athletics, whichever one is higher. Yeah, fine. Oh, you're good.
16 plus
You're
11.
fine. You're fine. Anybody else? High roll.
27.
I rolled a 14.
You're good. You're fine.
27.
Oh, and so Raven suddenly pops back to the top, having used his chronal shift, which is now spent for this time. You got 2 more. You have 1 more.
One more. Yeah. But it was worth it. Rather than falling.
Okay, so you end up getting down to the
And
bottom.
you slide all the way down. Whee!
You are now
Not that
about 2 inches deep on the edges of your feet in a heavy white ash that is all across this open area between you and the trees ahead of you. You've heard the cry a couple more times while you were descending. It's coming directly from the south.
Okay, let's go to the south towards the cry.
Yes, towards the south.
All right.
That's this way.
No,
Oh,
it's
that's-
this way.
This
South
way.
is this way.
No, south is this way.
Because the stairs you said were on the south.
No,
On
south
this end.
is towards those 2 guys.
I thought you said the fire was burning in the north.
Fire
Nice.
isn't burning in the north.
Isn't burning in the north. Okay.
Should we be a little cautious here? We don't know. If
We
there's-
absolutely
should.
should be a little
Absolutely.
cautious
Be on
here.
your guards, my friend.
I'm casting shield.
You're going to cast shield. Okay.
What does that do?
I'm casting
Well-
mage armor.
Mage armor and shield. Well, shield is only a reaction gem. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think
okay.
shield will work for it.
So I guess, do I have mage armor? I think I do.
I don't know if you do. You're pretty tanky, anyways. I don't know if you need to worry about it.
Okay.
I can't see anything that my character is doing, but I'm going to make sure that all of my boomsticks are loaded.
Good stuff.
So, if you click onto the adventure screen, okay.
Who's driving right now?
And I've got my bullwhip
Green
and
room
my
TV.
green rope ready.
You can
Adventure
see
screen.
that things are pretty badly burned out. To the south, all of the trees are black and charred and dead from the fire. The ground is just covered in, strangely, in some places, there's this bit of a white glow, and it seems to be an interaction between the magic that this forest used to have and what's happened to it now is it's being burned away. You hear, you kind of find a lane, a path, what used to be a path between the trees, and you hear down that path this cry or this call is louder now. It's nothing's within sight yet, but it is louder down this path.
Okay, let's go that way.
The sky is so pretty in that picture. There's like a little moth and some shooting stars. Like it's actually a really pretty picture.
As you head down that path, eventually you find the source of the screaming and crying, and that source is, are these showing up on the adventure scene? They are. Good. Okay.
Yep.
Just making sure.
Yep.
The source is someone who's got quite long wings.
Ooh.
This person is only, from your point of view, about 3 feet tall, and they've got wings that are almost another foot to 2 feet again above their heads. And they're standing and they're looking at what appears to be, not far from them, a burned out forest tree home or something like that. And they've been shouting a few times, but right now they've got their back to you and they don't see you.
Well, you're a face spawn, so go ahead.
Is she naked?
No, she's got, well, actually, you don't know, because from the back
Well, you're right.
it could be all her hair. That's the hair that goes down to the backs of her caps. That could all be hair. You can't tell.
Hello, we're here to help you.
She spins around and she calls out to you in a language you don't understand. And she gestures and beckons you to come towards her.
Well, we go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
With caution.
Oh, yes, very carefully.
I'm scanning everything.
Oh, not me. I'll like sprightly skip ahead.
She's just going to girl boss right in there, I'll tell you. Yeah.
Because I'm like, that's my sister. I'm pretty sure.
She's talking very, very quickly as she faces you. And you notice that she is obviously wincing often because she's in a lot of pain. And as you look down, you realize that there's some type of collar or something around one of her ankles. And it looks like the skin on both sides is badly burned by whatever it is.
Do you have comprehend languages, or?
That sounds awful.
I don't have it prepared.
I have it, and I was going to prepare it this morning, and I have not.
So the closest one to her is Josephine.
Yeah.
So Josephine, why don't you roll an investigation check?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. It's just my computer decided to do an update, so.
Oh, that's fine. Just go ahead and roll a d20 and tell me what you get.
D20. I rolled an 18.
Okay, you look down, and it very much looks to you like she's got some type of metal collar attached around her ankle that's giving her incessant pain, and there is a chain attached to it that's chaining her to the root of this burned tree that she is standing beside.
Okay, so we need to get this creature, woman thing, away. Cut her chains so that she doesn't have to be attached to a freaking burning tree.
Well, also, metal, iron troubles the Fae.
Troubles the Fae, yeah. Very much so.
Which is why her skin is badly burned and blistered, is the very touch of that metal is tormenting her.
Is there a lock on either the chain or the collar?
It looks like there isn't a lock, like a padlock or anything like that. It looks like it's just been crudely hammered, almost like a crudely hammered rivet to keep it stuck together.
Well, why don't I break it off with what have I got here?
Do you have you must have a hatchet.
I'm thinking I have either a war. Get the tomahawk. Braces. We had at one point that I got rid of it because I think I broke it when we had triggered the traps in the pyramid. I broke a couple of things, like my battle axe and my sledgehammer.
Okay.
Yeah, tomahawk.
Yeah, tomahawk might be the only thing I have right now. Does anybody else have anything stronger?
I've got a hatchet. I don't think
it's not great.
Yeah.
But I mean, with my strength, I could be able to break the steel on a rock.
Wait, do I even have a hatchet, or did I just make that up in my
That's something-
imagination?
I believe you have a hatchet. Yeah.
Okay.
A metal bar that you could put in the open gap and pry a link in the chain.
Just torque it.
But torquing against what? Her flesh? You have to have another
Well,
bar and torque against
like,
that.
we don't have to break it off right at the cuff. We can
Yeah.
like, there's a few links, I'm sure. Like
We need to remove the metal off of her body.
Gotta get the
that
metal off of
too.
her.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, the other option is I could soap up her limb and we could try and slip it out.
We also have to ask ourselves, why is she in this path? Why is she chained?
Could be because she
Has she committed
could be a
some sort of
villain.
crime?
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
3
it's
feet
quite
tall. How
possible.
bad can she be?
Can your speech thingy doogie translator? No, it doesn't.
You know what? I would love to try my message.
Message, they need to know the same language you do.
Okay. What else we got?
So if I had my comprehend day,
So every time my playlist changes, it's automatically defaulting to a louder sound. I'm gonna have to fight with that during our off time and make sure it stays at the 15% it's supposed to be. What was your question, Ravinia?
since I'm still changing out my stuff, if I had comprehend languages prepared, would that work with her?
Roll a d20.
Takes 10 minutes to prepare, too.
I just want to know if something like that would theoretically work.
Maybe I could lend her my unusual headwear. Would that be convenient in this situation?
Well, look fashionable.
Could you put the head, hold it, and wrap it on the inside of the cuff?
Sorry, I can't. I'm gonna roll this if you can roll.
You rolled 16.
You can use comprehend languages. 16 is good enough.
Okay, so I'm using comprehend language. Can she understand? And I'm trying to speak to her, saying, "We're here to help you. Why are you bound like this?"
She looks at you and she says what she's been saying over and over again and again and again. And that is, run, it's a trap. Roll for initiative.
Oh, shit. They set her out.
Let me know what you get, boys.
They set her out as a Judas goat, my friends.
I have a 2 plus my 9.
Now I've got a map that I'm going to load onto the, if I can find it, just give me a second. Make sure you keep track of what your initiative is while I get this loaded. Here is our activated map. There. Did it show up? Yes, it did.
Yep.
Okay, let me blow it up to size so it's right size.
It's cat footprints.
I hate rolling high on
Initiative.
on combat.
The
Yeah.
burned hovel in the middle, and then there's some lower
I would
ground
much
that's got
rather
some very
roll
gross, dirty water in it. Around one of the edges, I will go ahead and I will put our prisoner in place. First of all, where's my? Oh, here's my mouse. And then we will get you guys sorted out. I was not prepared for this yet. I only got as far as where you guys would go, as far as the pinnacle, and so I didn't get your. Come on, where are you? Someone I'm missing. Simon, what's your deal?
Simon. He wants you to be watching TV with him, don't you
He
know?
wants me to sit in my chair so he can sit with me. He doesn't know why there's always boring, stupid people doing all these stupid things. Okay, so we have found our girl, and we are going to put her, our little pixie, and we are going to put her right. Did she
Okay.
show up?
She did. In the center of the map. So
She just did the creepy thing from Run, where she or from Smile, where she says, "Run."
No. Oh, it's under miscellaneous. There they are. I wondered where they were.
they.
Okay. And. Come on, where are they? Ah, here we are.
Sugarberries is distracted by your mustache.
Yeah, she said that earlier. I laughed at it.
Might have been yours.
I think she's talking about your mustache, by the way, Rob.
You
Really?
think
She
she's
loves
distracted
your
by
mustache. Watch him blush again.
Yeah, yeah.
He's
There we
totally
go.
going bright red.
Oh yeah, that's all good.
Oh, I found it. Okay.
You have a thing.
And so suddenly, out from underneath all of the burned, charred earth in several places around you, all of a sudden you see these badly burned, undead corpses
Oh, God.
Excellent.
rise up. And
Yeah.
let's add everybody to an encounter. Apparently, they've just been laying there inactive.
They
There's a trap.
rose out of the swamp.
They're climbing up out of the burned earth. And you can see that several of them have been badly scorched and burned by the fire. But it hasn't stopped them from what they're doing. I've got to put you guys on here too. Sorry while I get this ready. You guys decided you were there. Just going to put all your little tokens there. So I've got tokens to use for this. And then we're going to find out. Okay, who am I making? Percy? I had it pretty smoothed out up until now. I just needed to. But I didn't expect you to get this far this fast.
I don't. I think I rolled too high to be able to do what even I want to do. That's the worst part about rolling.
That was all the dice rolling for everybody at once. Okay, going around the table. Raven, what was your...
28.
Raven rolled a 28. Ooh, it's a high die.
29.
11.
You didn't roll
Raven.
a lot.
I rolled a 2.
Oh,
Plus a 9.
Bingo. Very nice.
What was yours again, Josephine?
I rolled an 18 and then I've got an 11 bonus to 29.
So you were above Raven.
Anyone else?
I'm good, thank you.
Oh, no thanks.
So it is Josephine. No, it's Josephine, then Raven. Lavinia, you rolled an 11, you said?
Yeah, that's including my bonus. Or my...
Percy?
27.
Percy rolled 27. You guys rolled really high this time.
Except for me.
Thaddeus?
15.
15. That's one of your lowest initiatives ever, I think.
No, it isn't.
Oh,
Oh, far from
Let's
it.
see you on here. Let me find you. Oh, there we go. And I'll put you right there. Oh, I guess it needs to roll. There we go. 15. Josephine Smith
No.
is the first to react. Now, also, your hit points are not where they should be. I'm going to fix your hit points for you. Because your hit points are lower than they should be.
Well, yeah, I didn't
Fully
update
healed.
for 2 rests. Yeah.
There you go. You're fully
Thank
healed.
you.
Okay. So, you're the first to react. You see them around you. We need... Let's find some bad guys. Now, I know we have them. I guess I'm going to take my time and find them while Josephine decides.
No,
what she wants
yeah.
to do.
How close are your bad guys to me?
Wherever those tokens are, that's where the bad guys
Yeah,
are.
you see the spots?
Here.
No.
There.
So they're out of bullwhip distance. Okay.
Well,
you
one of
could-
them's behind me.
You can move towards it and bullwhip it.
Yeah, so if you walk around me, you can bullwhip the one behind me.
Or take it.
Or just
Or walk closer to that one.
Here's one of them.
Yeah, that one over there, you could just step closer to him.
Oh, good. It's the shambling dead.
Yeah. Let's take one move. Get within 10
Right up
feet
there,
there.
within 10 feet. That's good.
And
I
then
don't see the squares, but whatever. Love it.
Clicking on my things and it's not bringing up the pop-up that tells me what it does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it does that with any new. Mine isn't doing that either.
This is a problem when you now have hundreds of minis. The right minis are the ones you can't find. And I put this thing in here thinking this would be a good place for it, but now...
don't you even? I just let him in
Yeah, I
30
know.
seconds ago.
I watched that. I just let him out just prior to that.
Here we go. Here's another bad guy. And this guy. I'm gonna go with this guy. And this giant bat. No, I'm kidding. We're not doing it.
Yeah, I can summon a giant bat.
You can summon a giant bat. Might be fairly convenient in a battle such as that.
Oh,
Dave, I'm rebooting because it won't respond at all. It's frozen.
yeah. Okay. We'll do that. So we got them all there now? How many are there?
One right there. Close to you. Yeah.
No, that's the captured elf.
Oh, that's the elf.
Oh, I'll get her too. Here, put this one on there. I'm gonna those two on there. We're just gonna add those empties. Oh my God! Stop it! You stupid loud music. Not supposed to be doing this music.
It's on.
Yeah, I know. But we didn't do anything for there for like 5 minutes, so.
Shit. I get I
Yeah.
knocked my table.
So the shambling dead. I'm only counting 4 or 5 of them. Is that correct?
There should be 2 more in there that I'm putting tokens up for.
4 or 5, and then there's 2 that I guess
Two that have yet not been placed.
not been
Okay.
placed.
That's correct. Now, we never made any cute little fairies for all of our minis that we have.
I've never painted any.
Nope.
I've never printed any, so.
This will be our cute little fairy this time. Thank goodness it was bubbly, but I still know it's struggle a little bit.
It's not gonna be sticky.
Okay,
Really? Our cute little fairy is like a hobbit?
until we get a cute little fairy, she's actually a gnome. Or I mean a goblin. I think. Okay, we needed 2 more of our bad guys.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I will go find them. And I will You can just put them wherever I put these two things. Okay, there you go. Wherever they rise up, that's where they rose up. So, Josephine, what are you doing?
This guy that I'm staring straight in the face, we're gonna slap him with the whip. And I rolled a 12.
Plus.
Plus 8, 20.
Which guy is it that you're at?
Right there, right in front of my face.
Yeah, she stepped forward from.
I took one turn already. I moved forward to be within
What
whip.
did you roll to hit?
I rolled a 12, and then I've got
your
a plus
bonus?
8.
Hits.
Mhm. And so my damage is going to be.
What are you hitting him with?
My whip.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do too many things at once.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, so you're gonna
1d6 and 1d4.
you're gonna attack with 1d6 and 1d4.
I rolled an 8 altogether, a 5 and a 3.
All right, get ready with your whip. Where's your where are you going?
I already whipped. Oh, dang it. Do it again. Do it again.
Are you ready? Oh, she's got it. Here we go.
Yes. It's like
There we go.
boiled.
So what'd you hit him for?
8 points.
8 points. Okay.
And I'm going to do that again because it's just already out and I'm lazy like that.
Same one.
So yeah, my second will be
You lose 5
yeah
points on it.
minus. I rolled an 18, so I rolled 13.
You hit him again.
Yeah. And then just for 5 points of damage this
That's
time.
5 points again.
Love it. So good.
Yay.
All right. You hit him. You hit him good. And
We've got like 17 undead around us. What good is like one smack on one of them?
well, as you
Where you gotta
as whip
start.
him, you see
Yes.
the welts across his body, and he reacts and stumbles backwards a little bit. He doesn't fall over though. And it becomes. You have one more action, Josephine. Depending
No,
on
I
what you want
don't.
to do. Oh,
I moved
Okay.
up for my first
You moved
action
up,
and then I
yes,
whipped
that's right.
twice. Yes.
so the next person up is going to be Raven, then Percy, and then it's going to be a couple undead, then Thaddeus.
And then me.
And yeah, you're a little woman on the totem pole.
I am.
Okay, Percy, can you drive?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm driving. Yep.
Okay, so I've been meaning to use my wand for a long time.
Oh, yay.
This is the wand. Actually, it's an amulet. So but I'm going to use a wand because I have it in my hand. But it's
That's
actually an amulet of grasping grave, one charge per week. So it's got a range of 60 feet with a 20-foot radius, and I'm going to cast it on that little cluster of 3.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Nice.
So, hundreds of skeleton arms erupt from the ground in the area, clawing at creatures within and attempting to hold them in place. Skeleton arms deal 6d6 slashing damage. Each creature in the area must attempt a reflex save. So, if it's success, they still take half damage.
How many feet did you say? 60
60 feet distance.
from the center point?
No, it's a radius of 20 feet.
Okay, it's a radius of 20 feet.
Yeah, so I'm going to cast it so it doesn't fall onto any of our team, but only hits those 3 in the.
Okay, I'll move the center of it so that it's away from.
Yeah, I don't want to hit the elf.
Don't hit
There
the
we
elf.
go. So you hit those 3 like that with that little
Yes,
attack.
that's right. And they say they have to make a reflex save. But I don't see what the DC is on it.
Imagine it'd just be your regular one then, right? Whatever yours. No reflex is. Should we? What do you want to do? You want to call it? I'm going to call it 15. That makes sense.
Oh, it should be way higher than that.
Reflex?
Oh, they have to beat a 15.
Yeah, or else they get hit by.
Well, my DC is 16.
Okay.
So yes, they have to beat a 16.
You have to beat a 16. Here we go. First one rolls a 17. Second one rolls a 20. Oh my
Oh,
God.
jeez.
Seriously, sorry, buddy. I didn't mean it that way. Third one rolls a 1. Critical.
All right.
Yay!
At least I hit something.
So I'm going to say, which one do you want to be? I'm going to say the one closest to you guys is the one that gets the critical hit. The other two were able to dodge the grasping hands. Critical hit on the
Yeah,
one
make
closest
that
to
that one go falling over.
you. What
Okay,
happens to it?
so that's a crit.
Yep.
So double damage. So that's 12d6, and he's immobilized for 1 round or until he escapes.
12d6.
So can you roll a 12d6, or I can just roll 12 times if you want. Like, do you have a?
Damn.
12d6. That's a good hit.
Hold on, I got.
Well, I think I have 12. No, I have 12.
Here, I got him.
It doesn't matter.
You guys actually have 12d6s on hands.
Yeah. There, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Have you met us?
Dice nerds
Yeah, we are
here.
total dice nerds. Total dice
7,
nerds.
Well, mine are easier to count than
8,
yours.
9, 10, 11, 12. There's 12 of them. Ready?
All right.
Here you go.
That's a fun roll.
Ooh, that looks bad. I mean, bad for them.
Yeah, I see a couple
Right.
6s in there.
God, these damn sounds are driving me nuts. You know what you wish for, Dave, when you build sounds and you realize that the damn thing keeps on changing volume. There's 30. If you hit him for 30, he's done.
Yay!
I hit him for like 42.
All of the grasping arms come up and they literally pull all of his body apart. The arms and the legs, the torso. There you go.
Yay!
Good job.
It's not an amulet, though. I got to get me one of them. Anyway, I got one.
Oh no, that's a heal. Hold on. Let's try a magic one. It should be kind of sinister if it's going to be grave fingers, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's kind of scary.
that was a little too wholesome. Anyway,
Okay.
then I take for the rest of my next action, I take a steps backwards a bit away from the like towards no little more towards you. Yeah, somewhere around there, a little more, so I can have a clear line of sight in the future.
Just more away from the
Closer to him.
everything.
Yeah, who I'm going to be
Well, it
firing
makes
at
sense.
in the next.
Yeah.
But I want
Makes
to make
sense.
sure I want to make sure I'm close enough so I can hit other things. But I don't want to bunch up.
There we go. There's our guy that's dead.
Okay, that was very satisfying.
Yeah.
We got one.
That was great.
If you hadn't missed those other two, you probably would have shredded them all.
Totally shredded all 3 of them.
Wow,
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else that you were able to do? That's probably all your stuff.
my
right?
turn is done.
Becomes Percy. Then it's going to be a couple of the. Going to become one of the undead. The other one just got killed.
Jeez. Okay, so twin indicate is hunted prey. Twin double shot, whatever on this motherfucker.
Okay, the one that's right there beside you.
Yeah, the double shot.
Twin takedown. Double shot with what?
The black bow.
The black bow with its shadow down.
Have to do
Oh,
black
nice.
bow with
70 plus 10, so 27.
Hits and crits.
no.
Nice. Okay.
Double
so
damage.
double damage, and it's 1d8 plus 1d6.
Or 1d4?
Yep.
Yeah, 1d8
plus
plus
1d4. 1d4 is shadow down.
1d8 right there.
Do I need to keep these 12 beads on hand? for a
No,
while?
it'd take me a week to recharge that particular amulet.
5 hit points of damage.
Like really good though. You just like
eradicated them. Just boom.
You
5
times
total?
That
someone
was
to die.
5 total damage.
I wanted to get all of them.
And second
Yeah,
one was
well.
only
Let's say Livy.
15.
Still hits.
Still hits. Okay.
Is that with your bonus or not with your bonus?
That's with my bonus.
Misses.
Misses. Okay.
Okay, so it was only 5 points, and you
Yeah.
get a third attack, right?
I'm gonna
No,
do
this is your second
this,
action. because
this
it
is
was
only
turned
first
eight.
action. So my second action is another one.
Okay.
So garbage.
Miss.
Okay, one more time. And this one I get a minus 10
Hail
penalty.
Mary.
Stupid. Yeah. A 19, so I don't know.
Okay, so I'll just take those 5 points off.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, that's the end of Percy's turn.
Yep.
It becomes one of the guys that you guys have been attacking, actually. Hey, begin. Oh, apparently there's a sound attached to when the counter begins that I didn't click the button at the beginning of the attack. Dun dun dun. I don't like that music. You're gonna find better scary music for me. Okay, so this guy is the one that you just hit. He's standing by Lavinia, but you've attacked him. You stepped right up to him to do it, didn't you?
I didn't move.
Okay, so he's going to attack you.
Okay.
What does he have to attack with? He has claws and jaws.
Okay.
So he tries to reach out and swipe at you. He's got a strike +9. And I'm just going to roll a little normal.
It's got a +9. Wow.
Strike +9. And he rolls a 5 and misses.
Yay!
Woohoo!
Because I have a D4, D20. Yeah. Yeah.
So he misses.
Your shield is...
My HP 20. Yeah.
He tries again.
So hot.
Decides he's going to give a try with his other
Your
hand with his
computer.
claw.
Your computer's super
And he
hot.
rolls a 12 minus 5. He rolls 70, misses. And that's the end of his turn.
Yay!
And it becomes Thaddeus's turn. Then there's going to be some undead and then Lavinia. 3 undead. I'm going to do all 3 together for the other undeads. What do you want to do, Thaddeus?
Gloves on, and my new throwing knives
Ooh.
that I just
The
got.
sparkly
Your
new
new
ones.
throwing knives. And
Sparkly
who are
new
you
ones.
attacking?
And I'm attacking this one.
That one down there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will kill you with this finger. Even you laughed. That's merciful.
Okay. Roll the hit.
Okay, and I've got a +5 to strike.
Oh, you would have to have more than that.
17 + 5
Hits.
is 22. Okay, hits, and the damage is
And you get a +1 on both of those new daggers, by the way. So it would be +6.
Ooh.
oh, okay, excellent. 1d6 piercing plus 1d4 bleed.
Yeah. Bleed.
Well, in their case, they just goo.
Yeah, I wondered they wouldn't bleed.
No, they're not
exactly.
real bleed. It's goo.
It oozed.
It's goo that still oozes out of the wounds.
Ew.
Ichor.
What was the total damage?
5.
That was only 1 dagger, right?
Yeah.
That was correct. Second dagger, remember you, and there's no penalty for your second dagger because that's your proficiency.
You
Both
just-
daggers, same attack.
At the same one turn.
14 plus 6 is
Hit.
20.
Do it, Thaddeus.
6 and 1. 7.
7
Nice.
points of damage.
How's he looking?
He looks like he's wounded, but still fully operational and having no problem. Because that's the first time he's been hit. So he only took total of 12 points of damage on that attack. Okay, and then it becomes some undead turn. This one who's farthest away It's actually not on there. Oh, that's why I think. We're just gonna get rid of
These or that one.
Yeah, there's this one here. See? Yep. We're gonna.
Oh, there's somebody off the screen. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna just delete them. This one begins walking towards you, and he goes. He goes 5, 10, 15. He gets to you and tries to take a swipe at you with his claws. So he rolls and hits.
The broken one.
And he rolls an 8 and misses you.
Yay.
He tries again with his claws a second time. And he rolls to hit. He rolls a 5 and misses you. And that's the end of him. The next one is the one that's right. Let me see here.
Yeah. It's,
Wow.
It's broken.
I'm sorry. I just started choking on my own spit while I was trying to this one.
He's the one that's farthest away and has got to walk towards you. So he walks right over his buddy's dead body and he gets this close. And that's as close as he gets, shambling towards you. And it becomes Lavinia Rose's.
Okay, I'm trying to see where I am.
You're the purple one.
Okay, and who have I got around me?
The one that Percy has already
And,
been.
well, and then there's
Oh,
one
there's
over
also one
there.
here.
Yeah.
But Josephine is.
Yeah, you're in
directly
between
behind you.
two.
Okay, so I'm not close enough that if I move, that it's going to do a
Opportunity of attack.
opportunity attack.
Yes, it will.
Okay, because what I want to do is do a heal, group heal emanating around me.
If you want to do a group heal, well, yeah, of course you would, because that's going to hurt everybody. If you want to do a group heal from where you're at, and we measure out the distance from you to do that, the distance is a 30-foot heal, correct?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Whoa.
So you will hit everything in that circle. You'll hit everything but one. So go ahead, and it's how big is your heal?
Oh, sorry. Oops. Yeah. Okay. Oh, you mean map.
Just a second.
Yeah.
I had it a moment
How
ago.
big is your heal that's going to
That's huge.
blow everything up?
That's gonna.
Yeah. See if it will open again.
Do you need me to tell you how big your heal is? Because you can't get your thing open, or what?
Just a second. I just managed to open it. So it's a 30-foot emanation. And if I raise it, it's amount of healing damage is increased by 1d8 for
2d8.
heightened. So 2d8.
2d8 is what you can roll to do the damage on these guys.
On all of them, right?
On every single one, which is why she is the most dangerous against undead of your whole group.
Is there any saves to that, or it just happens?
It just happened.
She just like stands there and goes boom, and things happen.
Heal ya. Heal ya.
Oh, it'll also heal the Fae.
Oh yeah, well,
They
oh,
can die of
heal the
fortitude.
Fae.
Yes.
Yes. How damaged is she, the Fae?
It's gonna heal the Fae who's damaged.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, you're right. It will heal the Fae. So they've got to roll fortitude. How many have I got to roll fortitude here? 1, 2,
3,
4, 2d8.
5.
I think. Well, that one rolled a 2.
4, 5, 6.
That one
No,
rolled
he's
a
not.
9.
Oh, he's not.
He's
You're
not.
right. You're right.
That one rolled a 15. One of them is okay. That one rolled a 7. One more. How many? Did you count them? How many?
5.
5.
5. One of them avoided the damage. The rest take full damage.
Did you just roll
So-
for me?
No, I just figured out their fortitude save.
Lavinia, you
8.
you can't heighten this because it's a level 3 spell, which we don't
How
have.
many times does she roll? Sorry,
No, a heal is a level 1 spell.
D8 times how many?
Mine's a level 1 spell.
Or
So I see it
And-
as second rank.
You know,
and
but
if you
with cleric font, it can.
I'll give her 2d8s on this because cleric font she should get even at level 1 with
Okay, she rolled
1d8. So I'll give her 2d. 8 plus
8 plus
11.
3, 11.
11. So you end up doing, everybody who's got hurt can give themselves 11 points of healing.
Yeah.
I will go and give all of the monsters.
Except one.
Except for that one.
Well, that
Jerk.
one, and there was another one when he was rolling. There was another one that did not get affected.
Oh,
The
right.
one that-
Shush. I know. Fair is fair.
So when I'm doing that again, then it would be 1d8,
Well,
not the heightened.
If it's a level 2 spell from your sheet that I saw,
Yeah.
then in order for you to heighten it to the next level, because it's a plus, you can heighten it with a +1, but you need a level 3 slot to do it,
Yeah.
which we don't have yet.
I have 2 of them as well in cleric font.
Okay. I'm looking at cleric font. If I click on heal
Yeah.
and I pull it down, it says it's a level spell rank is 2,
Okay.
right? Which we are level 2
Right.
Did
casters.
we get a coin to pass over?
Oh, yeah, well, get the people up here.
They would be
Okay. All of the
only if it's a cleric font, I'm giving an 8, not a 2.
Yeah. Good point.
Trade these. Feel like a casino dealer,
Yeah.
flipping chips back and forth. Pew, pew, pew.
Well, it's a good thing that little Pixie got that heal because they were in bad shape.
Yay!
Good.
So,
Our new friends who
you
we
have-
don't even know. Who,
You have badly hurt all of the undead that were surrounding you except one that was outside the ring, and you have healed up everybody that was around you. You guys hardly take any damage from these guys, which was a surprise to me. That means that that's the end of your turn, and it becomes
Good job.
the next undead's turn.
is that the one that's facing off
He
against me?
is walking towards
Yeah.
Lavinia. He walks right up behind Lavinia and attacks her. And he tries, first of all, with his claws. He rolls a 3. God, you guys are lucky. I cannot believe how you're getting this. And then he tries a bite with his jaws. And he rolls a 20. And he is able to latch on to the back of Lavinia's neck.
Ugh.
And he does, with a 20, a critical. So it's 2d6 plus 1 piercing.
Oh my gosh. Please only roll
He does a
one.
5. And he does a 1. So he does total of 7 points of damage. And Lavinia starts to feel like something is begin to run through her bloodstream that should not be there. Roll a d20. This is a fortitude save. Well, your fortitude's more than 5, so you beat the fortitude save. So your saving throw means that you feel ill, but it doesn't look like it's going to last long. So you're okay. The fever, you're not going to become paralyzed. The fever's not going to take you away.
Jeez. I was like, you don't want a zombie Lavinia.
Nastiness.
Boom, boom. And that is the one that's out the side of the circle. He begins walking in. 5, 10, 15. He makes it all the way to Josephine.
Oh,
and
crying out loud.
decides that he's going to try and take a bite out of her. So,
You can take a bite out of my boomstick.
hold on, let's try it right there.
Eat this!
And he rolls 15 plus 9. He bites you. And you need to roll a fortitude save to see how badly you resist. It's not a critical bite though. So it's 1d6 plus 1 piercing. And he hurts you for 4 points with
I
his
rolled
bite.
a 14.
You rolled a 14, and what's your fortitude resistance?
Hold on a second. My fortitude is...
Yeah, I didn't count my
Should be like a
resistance
plus
thing.
8 or-
What's mine? I just gave you the number.
It's down below.
You beat it.
Yeah.
Fortitude reflex.
Oh, yeah, +9. So,
Yeah,
yeah,
plus 9.
You're
plus
good.
9.
You're fine.
So the fortitude is fine, and you, just like her, starts to feel a little bit of some kind of weird disease, but your system is able to fight it off. You're only going to take a little bit of periodic damage from this over the next
What
2-3
I'm feeling
rounds.
is a little bit of pissed off.
Oh, I see.
Oh, she's gonna hope a little bit of whoop ass can on that. Yeah.
And that becomes the next one's turn. And he's the farthest one away, and he goes 5, 10, 15, 20, and he gets right up on Lavinia as well. And he is now close with Lavinia. She is surrounded by 3 of them. He attacks her with his claws.
I knew there was a good reason to have shield
Let's try
on
the
me.
right die. He rolls an 8 and misses. He tries again with his other claw. Oh my god. And he rolls a 7 and misses. So Lavinia is safe. And it
Yay.
is now the end of the undead's turn, and we have jumped up to the start of the next round. It becomes Josephine, Raven, Percy, then
Can
an
you
undead,
shoot
then
something,
Thaddeus.
please?
Well, no, this
Yeah.
MF is right in my face and just bit me. So I'm sorry. Mabel is going straight into his face, and let's see what happens.
Point blank range.
Boomstick.
Boomstick.
I rolled a 10. But,
Roll the 10
Plus.
with
but
the
it's
bonus.
a plus 10 on,
Hits.
on
20.
Mabel.
Yeah.
Yeah. And let's see what
Point blank range, my friends.
I'm so
He has
like
no
and
damage, by
like
the
the
way.
biggest gun ever.
He has
Just
no damage.
He was the one that was outside the ring. He's the one that was no damage.
So roll your
Until
damage.
she hits him. 1d10 plus a d4. Right?
yeah. Just a second. Sorry, I'm just getting to my. Why is it so hard to find actions on here?
I don't know. It's been.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay, actions is going to be a damage is going to be 1d10 plus 1d4. Nine.
Plus, total of
Yeah,
the 2?
9. Yeah.
Okay, so you do 9 points of damage to him, and there's this huge hole blown in his cheek. You can see what's left of his teeth as the hole goes right out the back of his head.
That's not quite as satisfying with undead, is it?
You have a second turn.
What do I have to bludgeon with? I just really, this guy
Hit
really
him with
pissed
the
me off.
handle of your navel.
Use that axe. Use the hatchet.
Or
The hatchet?
The hatchet.
A hatchet. Hatchet straight to the face. I'm in a smacking mood.
I think a hatchet would be a 1d6. I'm just guessing.
Too bad you didn't have a trident.
You could just trident him.
Well,
to
if
death.
if it's the same as
Do you still
mine,
have
it's a
any holes?
1d6 plus
Trident.
2 and 1d4 fire.
That takes a couple of
But
actions.
it may
I have to
not
get
be the same as my
trident out, or
tomahawk.
the-
I don't know.
But do you have?
I'm going to say it is
slasher?
exactly the same as your tomahawk.
So
everything-
1d6 plus 2 and 1d4 fire.
Yes.
Because it's bright iron.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna
The
roll.
hatchet looks like it's just a little. Maybe
I
if
rolled
draw it.
14 to strike.
Hits
And
with
then
your
it's gonna
bonus.
be what do you say? 1d6 and a 1d4?
Yeah, 1d6, 1d4.
That's a bunch of Mabel. Why am I not hatcheting?
No,
any
it
more
is not.
often?
Mabel's a 1d10 and a 1d4.
Oh
Right.
yeah. Okay. Oh, I still rolled 7.
Total of 7.
Plus 2.
A 6 and a 1, and plus 2 would be 9.
Yeah, it's 9.
That's what you get for biting me.
There's a great big part of his shoulder is separated from the other part, and there's a big gash where she's chopped down
That's
into it.
disarming.
Just like she was chopping the limb off a tree. That's right, very disarming. And it becomes Raven's turn.
All right. Raven will cast level 2 spell of summon animal.
Oh, we're summoning an animal.
Yay!
I know.
Summon animal.
Played by the dinosaur.
You know
No.
where he is?
So much
No, I
fun.
was playing with him a minute ago.
Okay.
He's
What are
right
we
here.
summoning?
Is it a velociraptor?
Yeah, it's gotta be a
Summoning
velociraptor.
velociraptor.
Sure,
Summon the
'cause I have-
velociraptor.
And I'm going to place it right.
Lavinia's
there.
protector.
Yay!
Good.
So this velociraptor will hopefully take some of the heat off of Lavinia's attackers and distract
Be the
them.
raptor one. Chomp,
And I
chomp,
will cause a velociraptor to attack the one that is to the south.
Rolled it.
Passing the time by ending short lives down in the bottom of the swamp.
Let's see if I can have any better luck this time.
How do you both know this?
Rolled a 17 plus.
Hits.
Okay.
'Cause it's
That's
Ricky
with
the
a jaw
gator.
attack.
Okay.
And a jaw attack, I think, is a 1d6.
I need to put a velociraptor on this board. Huh?
1d6 plus 3.
I need to put all your pets in a separate section of all of them together.
Put them in the bestiary. I mean, we only have
Yeah.
4 points
Well,
of damage.
the lists I have and the lists that actually you guys see are two different things. My lists are like zillions of animals. Okay, so you
4 points.
let me add him to the thing
But he's a major distraction.
and let me move him up
everyone
so that
look
he
over
fights
there. There's a
with you.
velociraptor. Ah!
He has two turns, I believe. So
Two
I think he
attacks?
could technically attack twice. But he would take a -5.
Yeah, we'll take a -5 just as it shows here on the penalties.
So on a claw and a bite, or what?
Yeah, we'll do another bite. He rolled a 6 plus 8 is
What did he do on the first one for damage?
4. He didn't have enough on the second one.
Okay, and the second one he doesn't hurt him. All right,
No.
but he distracts him. Okay, gotcha. And that means it becomes Percy's turn.
Yep.
Then there'll be one of the undead, and then Thaddeus.
Girls.
Yeah. I like velocity.
What are you going after, Percy?
We're gonna do the black arrow quick shots on this guy. So 15
Which one?
plus 10, 25 hits.
Which one?
This guy.
That guy. Okay.
Yeah, and because he's been selected as my hunted prey. So 15 plus 10, 25 on the first one, and 8 plus 10, 18 on the second one. So
Well, so you hit him both times. Is that, or is one of these damage?
yeah, and let's go with the D8 plus D4. 2. Mother fudge bar. 4, so 6.
Mother fudge bar.
I heard that
Plus.
too. I
prefer
thought
the
it was.
term brother trucker.
So 8 on the first one,
8 on the first one.
and 7 on the second one.
And as you
Nice.
swing, and you're using what? The tomahawk and the knife?
Tomahawk and the knife. Yeah.
As you plunge the knife into him and you swing the tomahawk, you take him off right at the neck, and his head goes rolling away.
One down. Whoa! Okay.
Excellent.
And I turn around and fire off my last arrow at this mofo. Well, another arrow at that mofo. Not my last.
Which one did you shoot at?
Oh my God, he gives a 20.
Woo!
Plus 10, 30, and I don't know what the heck. All right, so
Lavinia?
No.
Josephine, got it.
yeah, he's the one that's attacking Josephine. And so it's
Which one is it again?
9,
That one.
9 points of
the one
damage,
that
and it
I
was a
just
crit,
stuck the
so
boom
18 points of
stick
damage.
right in his face.
So as your arrow hits him in the chest, it blows his heart right out through his spine, and he falls down dead.
Woo! Did you just annihilate
killed
two undead?
Two undead
in one turn.
In what is it like? Bam, bam,
That
bam.
was good.
3 shots,
That
and I
was
took
pretty
them both
damn
down. Yeah, good job. All right, and that's my round. Get him dead is what I say for my last action.
I can just see this being the quote, "Get him dead."
Get him dead.
Get him dead.
And it becomes one of the last few. Oh no, that guy's dead. You got him dead, and it becomes Thaddeus' turn. You killed the one who's next turn.
Oh, you're welcome.
So can somebody tell me where there's still an undead? I just
One
can't
right
see.
there and
One there,
right
one
there.
there, and one there.
Yeah.
So 3
Okay,
left.
so
fighting
who am
one.
I closest to?
Closest probably to that one. There's the
You
velociraptor.
can lay, why don't we lay down
Yeah,
the
there's
ones
a
that are dead?
velociraptor.
Oh, I've already
in
taken
between.
They were
you
already
took them
off.
off,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. You get them off.
All right, fine. That's good. That's a good way to do it. So what's Thaddeus up to?
Thaddeus is using his new throwing knives, the one that's right in front of me.
Okay.
+6
Hits. You and also, well, you wouldn't get sneak attack on these guys, but normally you'd be able to sneak attack and you get another d6. 6 damage. As your knives sink into his. That's just one knife, right?
That's one knife.
Sinks into his eye, and he falls dead with this dagger sticking out of his eye.
Another one down.
One down.
He
Another one
is
side to
done.
There's 2 men, another one's gone.
So what's the term for an undead that dies? What do you call that?
Double
It's not
dead.
really dead.
Dead.
Double
Yeah, I mean,
dead.
if they're undead and they've died, can they stand up and go again?
If they were zombies, I think zombies have that ability, but not these guys.
I'm turning around and throwing my item off this way.
Okay, let's run him at that one. Gotcha.
12 and 6.
See, Lavinia damaged all of them damn near half their lives, right? So
Mhm.
then, as soon as she did that, you guys were able to clean them up easy. 12 and 6 hits.
Good job.
Yeah. Teamwork makes the dream work.
8 points of damage. This one is still very much on his feet. He is quite damaged, but he is in fighting, still in fighting shape. And you have one action left, or you done?
I might as well be done.
Okay, Thaddeus is done. It becomes one of the last standing, the very one that he just attacked and hit. Turns around and comes after him, takes one step forward, ignores Josephine, and goes right for him with jaws.
Mhm.
So he rolls to hit.
I have a meme that Canadian Jaws, and it's like a moose swimming.
You are the meme mama.
Let's try that again. Here we go. Rolls a 5 and misses. Tries one more time. Rolls a 19
Ooh.
and hits.
Little brat.
No.
Bites Thaddeus on the side of the neck,
Ouch.
and it is a 1d6 plus 1 piercing. Thaddeus has to roll fortitude.
Okay.
That's 6 points of damage to Thaddeus.
You got a +7.
She
on
rolls a
fortitude.
4
+7.
plus 7. Thaddeus does not resist. And Thaddeus immediately starts to feel something begin to take over his body.
No.
As things start to dim for him, we'll see what happens on his next turn. And it becomes Lavinia's turn.
So what have I got around me? Tell me, update me with who's
that
what.
one, that one, that one.
There are
Okay.
3.
So the one that is closest to me
There's 2 right there on top of you.
Yeah.
One
two.
has a
One has a
raptor in the middle.
velociraptor, right?
Yeah, there's a
Like,
velociraptor between you and them, but, unless they're leaning forward.
You're closest to the one that doesn't have the velociraptor.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to use Disrupt Undead. It's a cantrip.
Okay.
I was going to use my sickle, actually, is what I had wanted to do, but I don't know.
Yeah, you can reach him if you want to go for the sickle.
I want to go for the sickle. With the sickle, because it's being undead, I get a plus, an additional.
Well, you get extra fire on it, so the damage on your sickle is 1d6 plus a 1d4, and you get plus a 1 slashing. Roll to hit. You get plus 7 on your attack. And that's a miss. What do you want to do for your second action?
I'm going to try it again.
Try it again. 16
Plus
Which is-
whatever. Yeah.
plus 4. You hit.
Okay.
So you can do 1d6 plus 1d4 plus 1.
Okay.
1d6, 1d4 plus 1.
Which one is she attacking? The one, that one there?
Probably.
Yeah,
Okay,
that one. Yeah.
Wait,
No, 8.
So as she swings with her sickle, she takes this one head off too. Shing! Just like
Nice,
that.
nice.
And the rest of its body falls forward,
Huzzah. Good
Without a
job.
head.
Good job.
There you go.
and it is dead ski. And that is the end of your second turn. You have one more action.
I'm just how close am I to the other guy?
You're just within the 5 feet of him as well.
Okay. If
Well,
I
the
back,
raptor, if he's
I
sitting
back
up, is not
am
in
I
the
going
way.
to get an opportunity attack from him?
I'll say no in this case.
You can do a 5-foot step.
5-foot step.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Okay. All right. 5-foot step. And then it becomes the very last living one's turn. He steps
There's two.
forward 5 feet. Oh, there's 2. You're
There's
right,
two.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And he attacks you, ignoring the... Actually, you know what? We're going to see if he goes for the Velociraptor. 50-50. Odd for Lavinia, even for the Velociraptor. And it is even for the Velociraptor. He turns around and he attacks the Velociraptor. And he rolls a 10 with his claws. He's got a +9 with the claws. 19 hits a Velociraptor, I would assume.
Yep. Velociraptor's got a 20 hit points.
So that's he's only using claws, so it's a 1d4 plus 1 slashing. So it's pretty. His teeth are much more dangerous.
Yeah.
And so he does 5 points of damage to the Velociraptor with his slash.
Okay.
He tries for a second time. Again with his slash, and rolls a pitiful 2 and misses. And that's the end of his turn. And it becomes
Doesn't
Josephine.
doesn't poison the raptor though, does he?
Nope. Because
So-
the raptor is not a real thing.
Ah, cool.
Game Master.
Josephine, Raven, and then it'll be
Me.
Velociraptor and Percy. Yes.
Game Master, if you look at my profile, I knew that I had like something that had to do with undead, and I just looked at it,
Mm-hmm.
and it's the Spirit's Mercy one, and the cost is a Spirit Wisp or Remnant, so I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to have access to this action, considering I don't have Spirit Wisps or Remnants.
That's right. You need to catch some of them first. That was part of the thing, was that you had to catch hold of some before.
Oh, okay. So Spirit Wisps and Remnants are something that you catch in the wild somewhere?
Well, for example, a will-o-wisp, okay, or some type of non-corporeal being.
Mm-hmm.
So these are undead. They're corporeal, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's got to be something that's more of a wispy or spirity type thing.
Yeah, too bad, because I
But
could
then you
have
can purify.
I could have done some fun stuff there, but I don't even know how to do any of that. Okay, so
You can read more, I think, in your feats. You've got the feat that gives you that.
in the
It'll tell you more
feats,
stuff.
okay. So this guy back here by the Velociraptor is the only one left.
There's two left.
There's this one here.
Oh, there's one right there.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
That's
for
one
the
of them.
camera.
So there's one right on you, Josephine. Do you want that one?
Pardon me.
Do you want that one that's right on you, Josephine, or the one that's past Lavinia?
I'm in between both of them.
Yeah, she stepped over.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I didn't read that.
Go ahead, Raven.
Okay, so what do you want to do?
You want the
I
one
mean-
in front of you or the one behind you?
I still have two loaded pistols, so I'm gonna pew
Peacemakers?
pew pew
Which one?
pew pew. Well, I'm facing this way, so might as well.
Okay, you're going for that one.
And plus, I don't want to accidentally hit the Velociraptor.
Okay. All right. Roll to hit him.
Roll your dice, move your mouse.
I know. The first one I rolled a 14.
Hits.
Second one I rolled a 9.
Plus 10.
9. Do you
Is
have
that
what's
even
your
a 9?
bonus?
No, it was a 6.
All right. So second one misses. First one hits. Damage.
And then damage would be
D8 plus a D4 or D6 plus a D4, wouldn't it be?
D6 and D4, yeah.
Okay, so D6 and a D4.
Don't you even. I'm so mad at you. The Mando
You
cat.
think you're mad at him?
What?
That's the one that just got me.
No, I'm talking to the cat.
Oh.
Yeah. I rolled an 8.
An 8. This guy looks like he's in, well, worse shape than being in bad shape that he was as an undead.
No, I'm Larry's doorman. He's had me opening and closing
In and
the
out,
door
and in and out the door.
every 30 seconds.
That stupid cat.
Fine, I'm leaving.
Okay, so you still have 2 turns. 2 actions.
No, I pew-pewed. Wait, is
Yeah.
pew-pew one turn?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, that's 2 actions. You have 1 action.
Yeah.
Dang, I was really excited. Okay,
But you only get a 5-point penalty on the second action. The second
I think
attack.
I'm close to this guy, the Velociraptor. So I'm just
Okay.
gonna whip out the whip.
All right. Oh, I forgot to do your guns last time. Okay. Let's whip out the whip.
Whip out the whip. And whip it good. Whip it real good.
And that's a miss. That's a 1. Oh no.
Is that from Roseanne? That's
I don't know what it
that's
is.
from
That's just-
Roseanne.
That's just precious.
So let's see what happens. Oh, 7. You don't shoot yourself in the foot. You're okay.
Oh, crying out loud.
That was
Can't even
close.
shoot anything. Not even myself in the foot. What the heck is going on?
Okay,
Bad
so
gunslinger.
that becomes Raven's turn.
She never misses.
Raven?
Okay, so I'm going to cast a spell. I'm going to cast telekinetic projectile. It's a cantrip, and I'm going to cast it at the one that's closest to me, which is I think right there.
Over there. Okay.
Okay, so it is an attack 30 feet, and I have a plus
you just
10.
moved yourself. Okay, he's over there.
I rolled not very good.
I was just
2,
turning
so
myself
I
around.
missed.
I know he's over there.
And that's the end of my turn. I'm just going to stand there and look sad.
What about your Velociraptor?
He's going to attack the undead that's right beside him. He's going to do a jaw attack. And I think he gets a plus 6. And he rolled a 7 plus 6 is 13.
Miss.
And he's just going to look sad as well. No, he'll attack again. What the heck?
All right.
And he also missed.
Miss. Becomes Percy's turn.
Poor sad
Okay.
Velociraptor.
Who's left? This guy and that guy.
Rum.
So,
It's like,
Black Arrows again.
who's left after I just demolished 3 of them in my last turn?
Right?
That was a no.
Oh yeah. Okay. So first one missed, second one hit, and
Which one are you going after, Percy?
the one that I am facing.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I'll just move you over there like you stepped up here. Okay.
Three. Yeah. 4 plus 3, 7, 9 points of damage.
9 points of damage. You lop his head off and falls down dead. He only had 3 points left. I knew you were gonna
Percy,
kill
the
him.
slayer of the
Damn.
undead.
And I turn around and fire this mofo.
Oh, man.
Just taking them all out. Nope. And one more turn, and might as well play them. 13 plus 10.
And it becomes Thaddeus' turn.
Thaddeus.
Thaddeus isn't feeling very well. The one who
Thaddeus
attacked
is
him
now
just died.
attacking with disadvantage.
Well, I have nothing to attack because I've got to get past a bunch of people to get to that one. There's nothing to do. Unless I go here and
Hey,
start
wait a
working
minute.
on.
There's a guy missing. He's right in front.
What?
No, that's
No, this one he did. the
and
person
that
just
little,
killed.
that little thing
Ooh, I got
is
the wrong one dead.
Is the fairy
All right. Okay.
pixie lady.
All right. So I put the other one is the one that's not dead then. The one that's up
Yeah.
there. Okay.
By the velociraptor.
Yes. I need to undeadify it. Or re-undeadify it.
Reanimate.
Revive.
Well, if you're following the whole H.P. Lovecraft thing, the reanimators are the ones who bring the dead back to life.
Or clerics.
Or clerics.
There, I fixed it. So what did you want to do? You gonna throw something, or you got line of sight to throw something at him just past Lavinia?
Okay, sure. I'll do my move.
Wow, that was a great suggestion from the game master.
Well,
Well, I mean, I could, but I just wasn't confident in my line of sight. 10 plus 6.
roll with disadvantage. So you're not gonna make it either way.
Okay.
You missed.
I missed. And the second throw. 11.
Roll with disadvantage and you'd miss again because you're not gonna beat that. Okay, so that is the end of Thaddeus' turn, and it immediately becomes Josephine's turn.
Did I get a turn in there?
Oh, I'm sorry, Lavinia, you are right.
She's got
It
a
is
spell
Lavinia's
slot and
turn.
everything.
Heal.
Heal. Are we doing the same?
Oh, thank goodness,
big heal of
because we've
everybody?
got-
Big
we've
heal
got-
with a hand on myself as well.
Roll 2d8s. I want it to be 2d8.
Here's one. Oh, you have to roll it.
He's got to roll a fortitude save to see if he withstands it. And with the 3, he sure does.
So 11.
11 points of damage. You can see that he is
And
barely
11
functioning.
points of heal for everyone else.
Right.
Does that help his zombie bite?
Maybe. I don't know.
No, it does not help the zombie bite. It just helps your health. You guys can restore 11 points of health to yourselves.
Okay.
If you've been, if you're down at all.
Well, fully that.
I think Lavinia was down a bit.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
Significantly.
And then it becomes Josephine's turn.
This guy's still standing?
Yep.
It's one guy.
Pew pew.
Gonna hit him with your peacemakers. Roll to hit.
Roll the 15 on the first.
Hits.
And roll the 13 on the second.
Hits.
Awesome. And then it's a 6 and a 4, I believe. Hold on a second.
Yes. 6 and 4, and then you'll do a second 6 and 4.
Yeah. Why do I have as much damage from each of my pew-pews as I do from Mabel?
No,
No,
you don't.
Oh, I have a D10.
Right.
Ooh, Mabel, right.
That's fine.
5 with the first.
And it dies from the shot before your
Oh.
second shot
Can I
even
just
hits
shoot
it.
the last one into the air just for the giggles
Woo!
of it?
You got
And I rolled another 5.
And as you finish killing it, all of a sudden, all of you feel this huge upswell of power.
Level up, boys and girls.
My ego is swollen.
And everybody levels up.
Level 5.
We're ready to take on the big bad guy.
And with that, we are going to end the session. Everybody's leveled up. They have a week now to work on what they want to do with their leveling up ability. Research what you get at your next level. What you want to add as far as a feat or whatever, or those other things that you get to add. I don't remember what happens between 4 and 5. Have to look at your characters and figure it out.
Quite a bit, actually.
Yeah.
Well,
Cool.
Damn.
Thank you, Dave, for yet another amazing session. And thank you,
You're
Game
welcome.
Master, for leveling us up.
I know it was a long time. It was either going to be at the very end of the encounter with Noreo, or it was going to be here. It just kind of.
well, we didn't do a lot with Nereo except
No.
for fight the crab.
If you'd had a bigger fight with the crab, it might have changed things.
And go through his drawers and see if there's anything he didn't want.
Checking his drawers.
So, yes, congratulations. Next week, you will be able to start off with seeing if you can figure out how to free the little pixie who is still chained to the tree. And you can. you've got a whole week to think
did
about-
she get the
heal.
The heal?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
But did,
good.
did the heal affect the poisoning? The leveling up?
You
affect
said
the poisoning?
no.
Leveling up affects the poisoning, and you are ready to go again.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Oh,
That's
So his
nice.
poisoning's cleared. He's
Yeah.
good.
He
If
leveled
it
up,
wasn't
so
for a
no more
level
poison.
up, that would not be the case. But it's funny. You play some games, and that's what happens too. You happen to level up in the middle of a fight, and it's like, oh, my health is full. I'm saved.
I
Well,
mean,
that's
I meant
the
to
best
ask.
news.
You've worked on potions and poultices for things like this before. So
I've worked on venoms.
was there an anti venom or an antidote for this particular infection?
Yeah, there could be something like that.
There's got to be something.
It's
Well,
a disease.
If
Yeah.
there is not an anti-venom for an undead bite, I think we should maybe work on creating one.
Yeah.
Since
Or consult with the Fae.
Well,
Maybe they have one.
I'd like to.
I can take a sample from them and use that to start extracting.
Isn't he the potion master?
No,
No.
You're not the potion master.
I'm an alchemist, but
You're the alchemist. Okay.
I'm the trained medical professional.
Well, I know that you sir, you have a doctorate in bullshit. So
He does. He absolutely does.
I'd like to do a academia check on these undead to see what kind of
Didn't
venom
we
that
call
they
that
create.
before when he wasn't here?
BS
that,
call,
that he
yeah.
wanted to do
Let's
it
have
and
a
check
look.
on the body.
I got a plus 11 to academia. If
Okay.
you consider that to be
as you
trained.
inspect them, you find that it looks like they carry something known as ghoul fever, which is a disease.
ghoul fever.
this really sounds like a disco sound
It does.
song.
I got the ghoul.
There are
Fever.
6 stages to ghoul fever. Stage 1, carrier with no ill effect for 1 day. Stage 2, 2d6 necrotic damage. It says void damage, but screw that. Necrotic damage and regains half as many hit points. Stage 3, same as stage 2. Stage 4, 2d6 necrotic damage and gains no benefit from healing. So again, you take damage because you're inflicted. Stage 5 is the same as stage 4, another 2d6 on stage 5, and stage 6 dead, and rises as a ghoul the next midnight.
And he was at what stage would it have
One.
been? One? Okay.
He was only at stage 1.
Okay.
Man, dodge that bullet.
Yeah. So
That was
far.
a nasty. No one else is affected? Or I guess we all leveled up.
No,
so
we
cleared out.
both she and I got chomped, but we rolled fortitude and they didn't bite strong hard.
So he would have died from necrotic disease known as ghoul fever, and then rise anew as ravenous ghoul, forever craving the flesh of sapient creatures.
Sapient creatures.
Nasty.
Sapient creatures, so delicious.
While you contemporary,
See, now I thought Ghoul Fever was what everybody from Fallout was falling into with Van Goghins playing such a cool ghoul.
that's
Yeah.
what we're watching right now.
That's
Yes.
great.
That's
Yeah.
a great show.
So great.
I've seen it and rewatching it with Jan. It's one of the best things on streaming in
I
the
know.
last few years.
It's fabulous. It's so great.
Well, and I mean, it's got a good cast, but it's increased 1,000% by Walton Goggins playing one of the best roles of his career.
Oh, he's amazing.
Oh, he's just fantastic. Sometimes a fella's got to eat a fella. House jerky don't make it sell. Oh God, that was a good show.
It's fabulous. It's good.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks,
Alright.
Steve. Thanks for
Hey.
everything. Thanks everyone for
Amazing
being here
session.
tonight. So
Congratulations on level 5.
great. Yeah.
Level 5 in 2 freaking years. Been playing this game 2 years and you finally at level 5.
Yeah.
Yay.
Because
Yes.
it's a milestone game. But here's the thing. If you play straight experience for kills, in my opinion, the problem with that, I should get closer to the mic. The problem with that, in my opinion, is that what it encourages is a lot of murder hoboing and a lot of, we need more experience, so I just need to find things to kill to gain experience. And everybody just thinks about, what can I do to get experience? They don't think about the story.
Right.
Which is why I play Milestone instead.
No, this game is the best.
So
It
there
is
you
so
go.
much fun. Like, we have so much fun every week.
Yeah.
I don't care if I don't level up again for another year. It's so much fun playing on whatever level.
Well, and I also
I've got a
think
year to
it's-
get back to my wife.
It's
oh, right.
super.
You
Yeah.
you
And we
have
got
a
to
full
do-
year to get back to your wife.
Yeah, and I think it's super important for us to fight for each other and defend each other, and that's
Mm-hmm.
also something that raises our experience as a group.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
we do that very
yeah,
much.
yeah. A lot of
Yeah,
times.
we're not sitting here trying to be the best out of each other. We're just like all for the team.
Because
each and
there
every
are
one of
there are
us.
groups where they would go, oh well, you get so much experience, you get so much experience, and you're going to raise at different levels, and that's just confusing. I think that would be horrendous.
I cannot believe that Percy has not taken any damage in the last 2 fights.
Nope. Just tanking everything.
Zero damage.
Zero
damage,
damage,
zero
and
damage.
he's slaughtering everything he comes across.
He took 0 damage because damage could bring about some things for him.
Oh,
See, we haven't even encountered that yet.
sheesh.
We haven't encountered that yet because
Because you've taken 0 damage.
0 damage. Yeah. And actually, I've got these funky claw things now, so
You do.
I'm going.
Climbing claw.
What's going to happen when the tiger guy kicks in? Will these demon claws get even more effective?
Weird tiger genes.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
So now you know what you need to plan for next week. Make sure you plan for your level up. See if you can figure out what feats that you want and stuff like that. Give me a heads up, okay? And
Are we still streaming?
yes, we are.
Oh, okay, cool.
And plan
Just
for
winding down.
your rescue. How are you going to get the collar off of the pixie's leg without hurting her? And you guys do have the equipment. You just have to think about what it is. And
That's the fact that you said that. I'm pretty sure we've got a locksmith in the group.
Well, no, it wasn't a
That's
lock.
why I asked about
It was
if it was a
welded.
lock, and it wasn't.
it's a hammered
Yeah,
rivet.
yeah. So I'm thinking either
A badly
it's got to be a
hammered
hacksaw, or it would have to either that, or we'd have to have something which could shrink her or I was thinking soap up her limb and just slip it
cut her
through.
Badly
off.
hammered, if you can just cut off the rivet.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, if you hit it on a rock and you knock the rivet off. Yeah.
Or cut her foot off. And then there's
You went there.
there's no more problem.
You went there. I can't believe you, your own sister, her own sister, would want to cut her limb off.
Well,
Hobbling
she's got
around.
4. I mean, she'd have 3
4
left.
limbs, yes, exactly.
And 2 wings, so technically she's got like 6.
Yeah,
true,
I mean,
yeah.
she's like above average in limb ability.
So, yes, she was baked and you guys fell for it. I can't believe it. Okay, we're going to cut it off there. I'm going to move us off to the next screen. Say thank you to everybody. Good night.
Thank you,
Everybody.
everybody, for joining us.
I'm gonna go take-
Night it goes on and on and on and on. Strangers were down up and down the boulevard. Their shadows searching the night. People living just to find devotion, hiding somewhere in the night. There you go.
The things that happen after.
That's your free concert right there.
Yeah, that was great. I wish we had recorded that.
Yeah, well, I got the second half of it recorded.
Oh my
Okay, back to thanks for watching.